Last time on Dungeons and Dragons. What did we do? Where did we start last time?
We were still mid-battle in the harbor,
Mm-hmm.
getting our butts kicked, mostly. Fighting off the remaining Leviathans and dealing with all that.
Yep.
And then we
And you guys
succeeded.
did pretty damn well.
Yeah.
No
The
thanks
ship's
to my
a
rolls.
little banged up. So the ship's a little banged up, but other than that, you guys are doing quite well.
So we went into town.
So before you guys go into town, you guys
talked
had.
to Aegis.
There you go. What happened with that?
He said that Vertox sentience is completely lost. A sentence that Morin doesn't really understand. There was like some conversation about that.
Yeah.
I asked him about Shadow Mantle, and he said that he is as evil as a creature can get and wants to control the Shadowfell. But his desire for control over the Shadowfell puts him at complete odds to the adversary. And then Aegis was kind of flabbergasted that we wouldn't want him to ward the child that is Clotho.
He wanted to like set up contingencies for her. He thought she was not safe.
Yeah, there was about the dragon sentience thing. Didn't he want to do more research on what does he call it? The primeval or something? The energy flows that some of us have, because he thinks that might have been tied to their sentience, but it would only give it back temporarily, and in that case, once lost again, gone forever, kind of thing. So while it's interesting, it might not be the best way of doing things.
Yeah, he like didn't understand how we gave them sentience in the first place, but he was pretty sure it was gone.
You guys asked a couple other kind of little questions, and Aegis kind of. You had a moment there of how honest you guys were going to be with Aegis, and kind of decided to have a stance as far as how upfront to be with him, and decided to be pretty plain. And there was a couple of things that you guys noticed during the conversation, oftentimes around word choice that Aegis was using. Do you guys got a little bit more insight? What are you guys thinking is going on with Aegis himself as a character, as a person?
I mean, we think he's like way more powerful than he presents himself.
But never to attack. He did very carefully say during the battle, he's not one to. I forget exactly what he said, but he's not like to be on the front lines and doing the attacking. He's better at protecting.
Yeah. Well, and like I guess my read into that is like with the ships, prosperity like makes the town prosperous. Faith makes the town makes people have faith in one another. Aegis is a shield. It's like the same way that Clotho kind of is like she's got to be a party girl, and anything that sort of like took her out of that like weakened her. I think Aegis has the same sort of thing going on. Like anything that goes against his nature to protect like weakens him.
That would be consistent with the theory that the beacons are like fey creatures, right?
How's that?
That they have these natures, and that Narsenhar essentially presented himself as a beacon.
Yeah, true.
And then kind of at the end there, Aegis had a couple more questions, and then he was going to head out. You guys talked a little bit about your visions and things like that. Anything else from Aegis that you guys thought was important that you want to bring back up for recap?
He told us to be careful because there was a Mat Mahadi Jinn on board, and we're like, yeah, we know. Why is that a problem? And he like rolled his eyes at us and left.
Yeah,
he said
rolled
something under his breath.
Farin. Yeah. So he said Farin under his breath and then left.
Do we know what that means? Idiot.
You know it's in Draconic, but you don't know what it means.
Oh.
Also, the other thing about Aegis to remember is when we first boarded the ship, there was this huge mass shift on the ship until he did something and like undid that. So whatever he is definitely hiding his true form.
Well, and when we met him the first time, I think that I did like a sense, like a detect magic on him, and it was like he felt huge, I think. It was like, or he, like where his body wasn't where his essence was.
Yeah, where his physical appearance wasn't in line with where you sensed his spirit aura to be.
Being. Yeah.
Specifically, and your character would remember this, is you tried to sense him and it was like he wasn't there. And you had the initial impression that he might be like a projection or something.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys say, yeah, you're aware that there's a Mahmaraji on board, and he says his thing and then teleports away. Then what next?
So then we went into town. Well,
Mhm.
we communicated. Ooh, I'm getting power flickers. Just heads up. There's a bad storm outside. So we communicated with the Golden Lion, and we were going to meet them. And we ended up going in.
Josh lost power.
Oh, yep, that makes sense.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm on my phone.
Is today going to be the day where you guys reverse it and Josh goes to one's house instead of one going to Josh's?
It could be.
Maybe. We'll see. I feel like this might knock out one's power as well.
I got a flicker, but it came right back. Like I didn't DC.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. So, try to communicate with the people on the Golden Lion.
Yes. And so we ended up, I think, I don't remember if we said we would meet them, but we ended up going in to see the king.
No, we did. We said meet a council.
Okay. Yeah.
We did pick up our forces along the outside wall, though, right? We specified we
Mhm.
wanted to do that.
Our
Mhm.
elemental.
Everything but
The
the
dragon. Yeah, the dragon was completely destroyed, but it's regenerating.
Yeah.
And we didn't meet the king. I think the king showed up at the very end. It was like
Yes.
an
The
admiral.
admirable. Yeah. And we requested that the first mage of the Golden Lion come in, or she just came in late.
She just came in.
Just came in.
No, I think we had to request that they were there
It was the captain,
because
wasn't it?
the admiral didn't want them there.
Correct, yeah. And then you said that they were part of the fight, they should be invited, and he said, fine, but definitely was against it.
And they
Yeah.
summoned the captain, but the first mage came instead, which further
Yes.
annoyed.
Oh, yeah.
So, you guys got to talk a little bit. We got to go into the council chambers, got to talk a little bit with the admiral. And what's the group's impression? What's the deal with the admiral?
He's kind of like a yes man, I think. Like, well, that's what the first mage thought. But he wants to make sure that he spins the story so that the king doesn't get mad at us for our collateral damage.
Yeah, because someone the king knew was injured in my good dice roll blast.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else from that conversation you guys felt like is?
He wanted our ship's logs to like help corroborate the story, I think, and we were a little like iffy on that. Data protection, very important.
And what did the admiral think you guys were? Like, who did he think you guys were?
Genasi, right?
Well,
Yeah, initially he seemed to think that we were from Sanctuary because it was a Genasi airship. And I don't know if I needed to, but I did intimidate him into at least agreeing not to tell Sanctuary that we were here.
Mm-hmm.
But he
So
kind of had he sort of communicated that he felt like we would be, or Hardhome would be required to pay back the favor that we gave them.
mm-hmm.
And I was trying to be like, no, that's not the case. And he was like, oh yeah, of course, we don't owe you a favor. Wink, wink.
Right. So that happens for a little while, and then our first mage comes in. And who's the first mage? What is her deal?
She was the hothead from our vision, and so the Golden Lion, they're mercenaries that help ferry people across that like dangerous stretch of water, and they just I think happened to be here when the battle started. Um, and it seems like yeah, she just kind of thinks that all of this like hierarchy and bureaucracy is kind of BS.
Or did we find out if they were transporting a person or an object?
I thought they were just like escorting another ship.
The Golden Lion specifically is just like a transport ship, or they like ferry people.
Is an escort ship. It's not a transport ship.
Escort. Sorry, escort is what it basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
think of
we
it
don't
like
know.
your characters obviously wouldn't have this mentality, but the way that it will get explained to you is consider it like destroyers escorting merchant ships across the ocean in World War II. So the destroyers and everything, they were anti-submarine deterrents. It's the same basic principle, just this, instead of it being a German U-boat, it's instead sea monsters.
Do we know which ship they were escorting?
Nope.
I think it's implied that they were going back or something.
There's a lot of merchant ships in the harbor. I didn't
Yeah.
put any on the map because they were not part of the combat. But there are bigger merchant vessels and stuff at Hardhome. They just weren't presented on the map as units.
Gotcha. So it'd be interesting to know who they were escorting and why, maybe.
Yeah, like I know that it's routine to escort stuff back and forth, but I thought that the first mage or something in the vision had indicated that this was an unusual transport. But maybe I'm just misremembering that.
Mm.
There was one thing that's a bit unusual about the first mage, and it's a physical thing. Do you guys remember what physical characteristic was a little shocking to you guys?
An ex-slave.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, she
right.
had
We
the
did learn that.
house. She had the house marking.
Hmm.
She was the
Correct.
house. Nope. Starts with an S, and it's the guy that I had the vision of.
Oh yeah. The son, right? Well, she liked the
Mhm.
son. Was it his father who was?
She didn't
So-
necessarily imply that she liked him. She just said, "Don't fuck with him."
Why?
I felt like that was like.
So this was something that I wanted clarified. Was it the father that owned her, or did the son own her and then later in life free her?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is the
Great.
father dead, Gary?
Yes, the father is
because
dead.
the son killed the father.
Yes.
He overthrew him, right?
So-
That was part of the rebellion. Or
So
no?
Yeah,
if
I don't
your
think it was a
father
rebellion.
owns slaves and you're the son of the father, you adopt the slaves and you say goodbye.
Yeah, but the son murdered his father and then fled.
What was the name
And
of
I
that
don't.
guy?
Mestislav Sovar is the guy, is the person.
Thank you.
It should be ideally you guys should ideally have a PC handout for him, or NPC handout.
I think we
Mhm.
do. Yeah.
Wait, so
Under wormhole.
Gotcha. Yes.
one, you mentioned a rebellion.
Yeah. Well, so Haven rebelled from Endeavor. And so they're now free. And so I wonder if the death of the patriarch of House Sovar contributed to the uprising in some way. Perhaps Mestislav was a sympathizer.
Gary, do I know the circumstances and the motivations that Mstislav had for killing his father?
Yes, there. It's the end of the vision.
Wasn't it like a murder of passion? I don't think it was
So,
related to the rebellion.
so I will say that it is important, and I would say that I want it because this is not a vision that everyone has. I want
Yeah.
it to be a little bit from you. So, but I know you don't have power. So, is it hard to look it up, and I can just send you the relevant thing?
If you could send me the relevant thing, that'd be great. Because
Yeah.
I'm like scrolling through my Discord
Yeah,
messages.
it'd be very annoying to find. So, give me 1 second, and then I'll give you the answer to this because this is something that your character would know.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Uh, All right, so here is the quote.
So I have a side question, if that's all right.
Sure.
Um, this is about leveling up in feats and stuff. So I was thinking about taking the linguist. I know you gave me that lowdown, but I also have comprehend languages as a ritual.
hmm
And I'm wondering if it would be all right if I reconfigured some of that. Like I have comprehend languages for some modern languages that I feel like would be better to just understand and maybe get rituals for some things that are more like esoteric.
I mean, I would say that you could either because the idea of you having a specific language for comprehend languages is that you have like a codicy. You've got like a physical thing that you use as a focus to
Hmm.
understand that. So you could either give the your focus to someone else if you now understand that language, or you could sell it. Or you can buy new codices, but there's no way to really like reorient what codices you have. Um,
Okay. So like I would just take linguist for whatever languages and then I could just find a way to buy new codices and have new rituals essentially.
correct.
Okay.
And to make it clear, if you did want to create the syllables, I looked it up, and all of the syllables are things that none of them have any special rules to create. You just have to have the ability to create magic items. So as long as you have one of the ways to access create magic item, then you can use it. The default one is buying the ritual enchant magic item.
Okay. And so are we going to have a chance in like the reasonable near future to buy new rituals?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
Thank
you know, population wise, Hardhome is the largest city in the Reach. So you guys are in a major city right now.
Okay.
Once you guys get the immediate stuff of this meeting, if you guys do want to go purchase something or want to have someone buy things for you, that's going to be something that's going to be fairly reasonably easy to do here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Morin, were you able to read the thing I sent you?
Yes, I was. So Mstislav killed his father because after he married an orc, his father sent assassins to kill her.
Are orcs generally slaves?
No. So
Interesting.
So I believe it was unrelated to the Haven's rebellion.
So one thing I do want to make clear is that, and this is not, I don't know if it's in the thing, so it'd be hard for me to look it up real quick. Is from the perspective of the vision, he doesn't see what he did as murder. So he didn't just find his dad and stab him to death. He challenged his dad to a duel. Which might seem like we're
Mhm.
arguing semantics, but for their culture is a big difference.
Right.
Is this like a, I mean, obviously I didn't see the vision, but is this like an Alexander Hamilton situation where like it's not expected that you die in the duel? Or maybe that is the expected. I don't know.
It depends. Death is an option. It's not all duels are to the death, but some are.
Okay.
So to kind of get back to that, the clarity that you guys would have had or would have remembered from asking First Mage about her, about Mestislav, is her saying, "Why would I have problems with the person who freed me?" So she told you guys last session that he freed her.
Would Endeavor's culture humans view the outcome of that duel as murder?
No.
Okay.
As long as all the rules and regulations are followed, it's a legitimate thing.
That is the reason that he went into exile in the Reach, though, right?
Not sure.
Okay.
That part is not in the vision.
Right. Okay.
So we have this stuff with the First Mage. First Mage also kind of gives you guys her perspective of the party. So you have the Admiral's perspective of the party is he assumes that you guys are working with Sanctuary. What is the First Mage's assumption of the party?
She assumes she assumes that Griffle is a mercenary for the vampire court who hired us to help out or something like that. Right?
She
Along
also
those
thinks
lines?
that Drock, I believe, is the one that's financing the whole thing.
Correct.
Oh, sorry, I got the person wrong. Yeah.
She also thinks we're really naive.
Yup.
I don't think she thinks that. I think she knows that.
Yup.
So why did she say that she assumes Drock is the one that's actually in charge of things? Drock, do you remember?
I thought it was just because I was a hobgoblin, right?
No?
Yeah, but Griffle's also a hobgoblin, so that wouldn't.
Griffle's a bugbear, but
Oh, I'm stupid.
It was because he was wearing clothes from the vampire court, right? And
But a lot of
the
us are.
what kind
right,
of...
but I think
Because you're right. Part of it was the clothes that he was wearing. But she made a comment about the clothes that he is wearing. It's not that he's just wearing clothes with like the vampire insignia on it or something like that. He's wearing something very specific which he recognized.
It's clothes from Aranwe.
So his armor, he's wearing tailor-made armor.
But again, I thought several of us were.
Yes, but you're also a hobgoblin.
True.
There was something that she commented on that made your armor different than the other people's that she didn't think the other people would notice, but she was letting you guys know that she noticed. What was the different thing that she noticed about Drock's armor? Not only is it tailor-made, it's from the vampires, but...
Drock?
I don't remember.
So in the vampire courts, you have your patron somewhere, their mark, their house, somewhere on your armor, somewhere on your crest. You wear something that shows which person, which baron you're associated with. What does Drock's armors say that he's associated with?
On the song.
Does it?
No, I don't know.
So this is something that she made a point of, which was that he doesn't have a marking of a baron. Like, he's not connected with one of the barons, which means he has to be directly under On. And she put special importance, like, okay, well, they might not recognize this. Some people might recognize that that's a marking of the vampire court, but I can see that that is a very specific marking that you have.
So it's not the marking of a
marking...
baron, just a marking of the court in general?
So basically, you have a mark on your body that shows the symbol of the vampire court, which are 3 droplets, 1 facing up, 2 facing down. And then on that marking somewhere, you would then have what baron you're associated with, what barony you're part of. So you'd have the crown and daggers that is associated with the central baron, whose my brain is just not remembering the woman's name. you'd have the sigil and sword. So there's like a sword with a black little streak going down, like a broken sword, which is Teresa's symbol. Or you'd have the hand and the shield, which is the symbol of Ferno. So if someone doesn't have one of those markings, the assumption is that they are not connected with any of the baronies, and because you're not affiliated with one of the barons, that means you're part of the court, but you're on the same level. So like the barons themselves, they don't wear their own markings. They would just have the court, which puts them one step below on.
Oh, so basically it makes it seem like I am almost a baron.
It puts you on the peerage with one of the barons, yes.
Okay, and then, but again, so everyone in our party who was had their armor tailored, wouldn't they all have the same symbol?
No. Everyone except for you has the markings of their patron.
Oh,
But
does he?
who's everyone else's
makes sense.
patron?
Phil, one, who's your patron? Who does the court connect you under with?
Marie.
Marie the song.
Marie de
Well, I
Song,
guess
who is
Furno.
Renault's.
correct.
Yeah.
So their stuff has the markings of Baron Ferno.
Why didn't I get the same marking? I don't remember like what all decisions were made at that point.
That's fine.
You showed up later.
That's very much it, right?
You were showed up later, yeah. You were independent from them. They made deals with Marie de Song, and you were connected with the court in a different way.
Fair enough.
You were given the same armor that Chandra was given. So Chandra's armor would look the same as yours. But Chandra's just not playing with this anymore.
Right, and so then it's only a bunch of us with the armor. I guess, yeah. Foxy wouldn't have had that armor, would she?
Correct.
Foxy literally joined us after court was over. So.
Exactly. And then Morin, yeah, joined us even later. Okay, yeah, makes sense now. Putting it together. Cool.
So that whole thing happened. She kind of tells you, hey, this is what I think you guys have got going on. Anything else that you guys want to bring up or talk about before we get to the entrance of the king?
Griffle drops some hot info on the mage.
Yeah, our ship is easily acquired.
Yeah.
Hence, we're naive.
So what did Griffle say to kind of prompt that?
We are the crew.
Griffle,
Well,
yeah,
we're gonna get her
Griffle basically
speak
said
if
like,
we can.
I don't remember the exact word.
Are you there, Foxy, or are you still trying to fix stuff? Foxy?
Sorry, I'm here. It just takes music to unmute.
Okay.
So I told her that, so she assumed, I think she was like kind of proud of the fact that the Golden Lion is like certified no one dead on board. And she just assumed that since the beacon sensed only us, that our crew was also undead, or like that our crew was undead rather. And I just stupidly corrected her saying there's no one dead, and then she put two and two together to go, oh, so it's just you guys.
Yep. And she also kind of said, maybe don't tell anyone else that.
Yeah.
Our state-of-the-art security system.
Foxy also
That they would find out about after we were dead. So as far as we're concerned, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, we've got like what's that?
Hang on a
Home.
second. Josh has tried to say something a couple times. So Josh, say what you want to say, and then Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that she did tell them that I am undead.
Half
Yeah.
dead.
It's like outing you. You're out now. No, my joke. I was just making a bad joke.
Okay.
We can move on.
All right. So, anything else before I kind of start with kind of what's happening in session today? Not hearing anything. So one last thing I do want to bring up is there is one other person who is here in the scene that we have not talked about. Who is the last kind of named NPC? I guess technically you've got Muad'Dib, but not him.
Hatterai, who's just sitting
Hatterai.
at the edge and staring at murals and not really kind of trying to be on his own and not directly connected to us, it seems.
Why?
Wasn't it because he knew people or something like that, so he didn't want... I don't remember the exact reason, but I thought it was something to do with he knew people here and didn't want to seem like in charge or something of us, kind of thing. Something like that. Didn't want to be tied directly to us anyway.
So he basically said that someone at court was someone that he was at odds with and didn't want to bring that into the equation in any way. So it's more like, not necessarily like, oh, I don't want to be seen with you guys, but more like, I don't know how this person's going to take this. I'm going to let you guys do your own thing first.
Good point. Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to move you guys. Go ahead, sorry.
If you want to wait like 5 minutes, I have arrived at one's place, and she's like getting the laptop set up.
Okay. Yeah, well,
now that we finished the
break until 40, and then we'll start game proper.
That's good.
Cool. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
All good. Weather's weather.
Toss me a 1 in chat if you are ready, so we can get rolling. Or Josh, if you're there, you can just say 1. I don't know. It's gonna take you a second to roll 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as important when you're in roll 20 for this. So I said in the Discord a little bit. I do wanted to. I'm going to be a little bit more. I'm going to be a little bit more open. So actually, Drock, can you restart start the recording again?
I have, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to be a little bit more NPCs talking to each other that I would prefer if you didn't interrupt a little bit in this session that I am normally, because I think that's a good way to concentrate the sort of sticking points for a couple of things that I want people to say rather than having them talk like a normal conversation. The understanding is that there's a lot of conversation happening in the room, and I'm going to sort of highlight some things to be like, hey, this gives you an idea of who this person is and what their stance is, and then there's other stuff going on. So just letting you know, if you guys have sort of this is a kind of a weird cutscene type thing, it's because I want to condense the meeting a little bit. I had a lot of fun in the courts, but I don't necessarily want to do a whole like deep dive into the politics here as a start point for Hardhome. So when at the end of last session, the doors to the chamber flew open in the back, and the king enters with his entourage. And there's a whole bunch of people, as well as a trumpeter that comes in and does a little trumpet blast to announce the king's presence. And then the king walks in with his group of people. As soon as the king enters the room, he smiles and kind of looks around. And then he waves his arm as he makes his way towards this huge table in the center. And you guys can see the light in the room swell as all of these little beacons that are hanging like lanterns all brighten, and then also start to shed their light in an area rather than just being like a lantern. Like, so it's, hey, here's the thing that's generating light. Instead, it's lighting up the area around it without seeming to just make it much brighter, if that makes sense. So it's diffusing the light over the entire area, and you can see that on the top of this great stairway, which Hatterai is kind of on the opposite side of, there is a seating area where you could sort of see a couple of the captains are sitting up. So Muad'Dib, who's the captain of the Sun Favored, he was up kind of in the top of things, a little bit into the gloom above what was going on. But now that the lights in the room are kind of all brought up, you can see that there is tons of space up kind of on the second floor for there to be sort of auditorium style seating. And people are coming into the room from kind of all over. Now this sort of meeting is being brought more open to other people coming in. And as the king walks in, he brings up the lights, gives a big smile, and kind of saunters towards the table. And he gestures towards the woman that had the trumpet as she first came in, and announces present, and then says, "Calling of the court to be done as of now. It is going to be the 7th court of the year 1386, and King Brennan Yaw first to speak." And then the king nods to her, and he says, "Thank you, speaker. It is an excellent thing to be proper in our ways of introduction and ways of speech." He kind of looks around the room, and kind of looks like he's taking special note, like nodding and taking note of certain people that are in the room. "Good, good. It looks like we have many people here today, and people of honor. But certain proprieties need to be kept." He gives a very sort of sharp smile to the admiral, who kind of gives him one in return. The king sweeps along the side. I'm going to move us over to a thing that shows the individuals. So splash screen is kind of like we had at court, rather than use the handouts. So King Yaw kind of makes his way across to stand on the far side of the little waterway in the middle from where you guys are. And he does a light bow, and he switches languages. So that's me making a mistake. So
Okay. I didn't know.
it's me making a rather large mistake because I forgot part of things. So I will correct what year it is from their perspective in a second when I get to notes. So sorry about that. But good on you for noting the year is important, because it will be different than the courts. It's just I gave the wrong numbers. So he kind of comes around to the table. As you can see, there's things being set up. There's a bunch of servants coming in. There's kind of refreshments being spread around. There's people getting into their seats. There's several people being helped into seats and things up in the rafters, or up in the not rafters, up in the auditorium seatings. And he comes around and he switches languages, and he addresses more indirectly and says, "In Primordial, apologies, my people are afraid, and I do need to make a little bit of a speech in our native tongue. If you do not know or understand our language, I will have proper translations given to you." And then he switches back into common and does a couple of things where he's telling people where to go in the room around you, and starts to make his way around the far side of the table to a spot that looks like is being prepared for him by a bunch of servants. Uh,
Quick interjection. We did do the modern giant comprehend languages ritual at the end of last session, right?
Correct. So each of you guys actually do have the ability to understand modern Orcish giant, which presumably is the language he's going to be speaking in. Morin, your character-wise will notice that when he spoke in Primordial, he spoke pretty well in Primordial. Like he had better Primordial than a lot of people. A lot of the orcs that you've met have common. His Primordial was maybe he had a strong accent, but the things that he said were all correct.
Okay. And as a noble from Sanctuary, is his name one that I recognize?
You know that the Yaw family has been either in power or one of the prominent powers in the city as a default. Let me do actually. Can you guys get your tokens over here? Probably in the box where Hatterai is.
The city of
and
Hardhome or the city of Sanctuary?
Hardhome.
Okay.
So you know from the experience in Sanctuary that he's one of the Yaw family is important in Hardhome. Let's do this.
But he wasn't like trained or anything in Sanctuary.
No, you don't think so.
Okay.
Like I said, he had a strong accent. So it's sort of like if the equivalent in our world, right? It's not someone who maybe they had good Japanese. Doesn't sound like someone who's like a native Japanese speaker, or maybe even lived very long in Japan, but like had several lessons of it, knew enough to be able to be conversational. So pretty decent for what you're expecting. Like the sort of awkwardness that Thuana has with her Primordial is what's used to people that say that they can speak Primordial. His was pretty fluent. So you would know that from your family's interactions of things that you know that the Yaw family is very wealthy, but you weren't aware that the current king was a member of the Yaw family. So he makes his way around, and then he switches to Giant as he goes to address the court at large as people are starting to come in. And when he switches to Giant, the way that he talks is still similar than the way he speaks in Common and in Primordial, but there is a bit of affectation to the way that he talks that feels sort of odd. Like there's some sort of quality to his voice that seems like it's drawing your attention. You're not sure if it's magic or if it's just that he's a good speaker or is charismatic, but there's something about the way that he talks in Giant that even though you're having the spell translate things for you, he draws the attention of everyone in the room. And he says, "Today is a day that will go down in the history books as being a terrible and great day for the city, for the peoples of Hardhome. And I know in my heart of hearts that were we to be alone in this dark day, that we would have prevailed." He gestures out towards the captains that are kind of at the bottom row of the top seats. He says, "And these brave men and women would have safeguarded our harbor, would have kept things home and healthy. But we have other things to be grateful for today. Not only are we alive, but more of the brave women and men of Hardhome are alive today because of the actions of these few. These ones that, in our darkest hour, appeared like a Lugosi of old above the harbor and struck down the things that would come and terrorize us in the night. Today is a day that we are here because of your sacrifices, because our Navy remains strong. But those sacrifices were greatly lessened by the actions of a few. It is them today that we are here to respect and honor and find out what we need to do to stay strong as we continue forth in the future." And then you see that a lot of the people that came in with the king either stay standing or stand and clap or give some sort of hand up in the air, some sort of rallying behind him. The reception from the captains is a little bit more lukewarm. And then you see as he's talking and kind of smiling and giving, a formal bow, the admiral who stands and then looks like he's going to say something. And then after a moment, he kind of rolls his eyes and snaps his fingers really loudly. And then the speaker sort of jumps and she says, "The court recognizes Admiral Clagiasid." And the admiral says, "Thank you. The people here today all know what has happened. We don't have such short memories as you, King. We know that the harbor was kept safe by these few, yes, but by the blood and sweat and cannon fire of the Navy. A Navy crippled by your decisions. A Navy that fought with their backs to the wall because you refused to send us out to fight where we could be functional. These creatures would never have come within the walls of Hardhome, would never have come in the sights of our populace if you had had the strength, if you had had the courage to send us out where we could function and fight them on their terms." The king smiles and turns to him. "So you are willing to fight them on their terms, are you? That doesn't sound very strategic to me." The admiral snarls a bit and says, "You know what I mean with your pointed words, King. We fought crippled, and we remained crippled because we were not allowed to use our fleet to its best advantage. That is why so many are here today. That is why we needed saving from these folk." The king just sort of waves his hand. "What is important to know is that the day is won, that we have people here that have helped us, that we have... King, you do not understand what is important. You weren't there. You weren't on the sea. Your feet were firmly planted on the ground where it was safe, hiding in your hole. The heroes are there." He gestures towards the captains sitting in the bottom rows. "They are the ones we should respect and honor." "No, they are not. They're the people we are happy to have here, Admiral. The people we respect and honor are the ones that should be there and aren't. He grabs a goblet from one of the servants walking by, and then he holds it up into the air and gestures towards the people, including the captains, and he says, "For the dauntless, those that are the better, the best of men." And then he pours a little bit out into the waterway and then takes a swig of his drink. And you can see that, with the exception of the Admiral, basically everyone in the room either grabs a drink or takes a drink of theirs and then either motions if they don't have a drink or takes a little bit and spills a little bit of their drink into those waterways that are spread throughout the council chamber and dips a little bit of their wine or beer or whatever it is into the waterway that then flows out of the council chambers when he mentions and kind of gives a toast to the Dauntless. So the Admiral kind of starts to respond again, but this argument kind of continues on the same sort of way as it's kind of started. So I'm basically gonna say that's the idea of how they're talking to each other, and then I'm gonna have that fade into the background and ask you guys, what are you all doing here as the two of them continue to argue?
His tone like totally changed from when we
The
spoke.
Admirals?
Yeah.
He did. He seemed very different when the king entered the room.
I don't know. They're both
I
kind of wrong. They're both kind of dicks.
I'm wondering what policies the king enacted.
So like where are we, Gary? Like
You're in
like
that same
literally
room.
where are we? Yeah.
So
But like where in relation?
hang on. I'll move this over so we can have a second have it on that other screen as well. Let's reveal this. Okay. So you guys are all on one side of this big table.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of where you guys are all gathered over here. The Admiral, I'm going to use Syl as an example. So the Admiral's where Syl is, and the King is on the opposite side. So I'm going to put the King where
Oh, so they're literally shouting across the table.
They are sort of, but they're not really talking to each other very much. Most of what they're doing is standing at the table and then talking outward away from the table to the audience.
Yeah, like a dick measuring contest or something.
More like, think of like arguments in Parliament.
Yeah.
They are arguing with each other, but there is definitely an element of they're arguing and stating themselves in front of all of these other people as well.
Can I do like a detect magic to see if King Brennan is getting a little extra help from anything?
Sure. So you can tell that he has pretty decent arcane magic that are kind of flowing out of him. And he's wearing maybe 2 or 3 different magic items. Nothing that looks problematic. So like maybe he has, in game terms, right? Maybe he's wearing an item that boosts his charisma score, but he doesn't have anything, or like boosts it, not right, charisma score, like boosts his diplomacy checks. But he doesn't have anything that's like changing
control.
anyone else's perceptions or anything like that.
Yeah, gotcha.
He has things that are like, oh, that's going to make him better at what he's doing. He doesn't have anything that like pings off of your senses as being kind of sketchy.
Gotcha. Okay. And he called us, he said we were heroes like Lugosi of old. That's the storm giant who came in and saved the people a few times.
Yeah, so he said that you all appeared above the harbor like the Lugosi of old.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they continue to kind of talk and argue. and sort of gesture to one another. The king starts to, so the admiral starts to call on the sailors, sorry, the captains, and kind of give their perspective of like basically telling why being stuck in the harbor was such a problem, and going kind of one by one through the different captains and being like, yeah, we were used to being effective at this range. We were too close. We couldn't properly maneuver, explaining how being tied up in the harbor was such a problem. And the king seems to be mostly just standing there listening.
Can I ask Thuana, like, are they always get like this?
She shrugs and says, I tend to avoid this as often as I can, but from what I know, they don't like each other. But I guess that's obvious to anyone. So as the king continues, or as the admirals and the admiral and the captains continue to kind of explain the problems in the harbor, the problems with the ships, the damage that has happened, all that sort of stuff, the king, he is still like looks like he's paying attention, but he leans back, and the one of the only non-orcs in the room that you can see walks up behind him and whispers a couple of things into his ear as this dragonborn comes up and says a couple of things to him, and he nods and continues listening to the captains.
Does anyone have anything they would like to say? Does this even feel like a moment where interjecting would be possible, Gary?
So it seems like you might be able to interject if you had something you wanted to say, if you wanted to come down on one side of this, but more along the lines of like, this seems like, oh, this is you're being kind of put in front of this political thing, and everyone else is sort of kind of airing their politics and kind of saying their point of view and that sort of stuff. And I'm giving you all time to see how you guys want to approach this. If you do want to approach it all, if you wanted, you know, how you're going to react to kind of getting into this thing and then immediately having this sort of big political discussion happening.
I mean, is there an expectation that we get involved in this? Like, could we just sort of quietly slip away if we wanted to?
Quietly, probably not. Like, they're not distracted by this argument. Like, if you guys get up and leave the table, they're going to say something.
Yeah. But I mean,
I would just say we want to stay out of it. Like, unless we're asked a direct question, in my mind, we're not even necessarily here for Herdholm. We're here for the Golden Lion. I don't remember what the first vision was. Was it the Golden Lions? Like, the second vision, like when we arrived, was all Golden Lion. But was the first one Herdholm or Golden Lion?
no, the first vision was the flotilla
Yeah.
where we went before.
What led us to Herdholm then?
We knew that the flotilla was going to be killed by giant Leviathan, and we knew that the giant Leviathan came from the northeast, and so I think we were just trying to intercept
but
the giant Leviathan.
the northeast one was the one where we went underwater and closed the giant portal that was opening. Something else brought us to Herdholm.
Before we went underwater, we detected that there was a bunch of things at Hardholm.
Oh, right.
We
So
said,
we had
oh
to do a
shit.
few hops to get over there, I think.
Yeah, you jumped once to get to where you suspected the portal to be, and then you dealt with the portal. And then when you did make that jump, you got close enough to Hardholm that you could sense the ships and the Leviathans on the edge. Basically, you saw the beginnings of the battle at Hardholm.
Right. Yeah, let's not tell them we also saved their butts by closing giant portal. Too many questions of how do you close a giant portal?
So unless somebody stops me, I'm just going to kind of continue how the meeting goes. And if you guys want to interject, you can totally do so. So the captains kind of continue to give their thing. It's about 20 minutes of discussion and kind of explaining, maybe a little bit longer, maybe like 30 minutes of explaining this is all the problems. And the king just sort of like sitting there nodding and listening. And as that kind of winds down, you see the admiral finally take his seat. The the king continues to remain standing, and kind of there's this still moment in the area in the hall where you can tell everyone's just sort of expecting the king to defend himself. And then the king just says, "You are right. It was a call that ended up being something that would lose many lives. But the fleet's purpose is to defend the city, to defend the merchants, to defend everything we have here. And should you have failed, or if they had gotten around you, like one of their kind got around the defenses in the harbor, we would have had none here to protect us. And even with them, I do not believe today would have been a day where this council chamber would be ringing with the voices of living men." There's a kind of a stillness over the hall as everyone kind of sits and talks and whispers to themselves about kind of things that are going on. And then you hear kind of a tapping of something on the stone, and the speaker looks over towards the person who did it, who's up in the not in the rafters. I keep saying rafters, up on the second floor, and says, "The council acknowledges Lady Samander." And you see everyone who was kind of doing stuff as they've been talking, as the captains have been kind of standing each one by one when they're being addressed, when they're being introduced, and they're kind of explaining themselves. Even the king and the admiral, when they're talking, they stand up and say things. That's not the case with Lady Samander. Lady Samander stays seated, and she is an older orc wearing very vibrant color like robes and has a bunch of like designs and tassels and things around her. And she leans forward on her staff that she kind of tapped to get attention with, and then says, "It seems to me that we aren't really getting anywhere. There are many things about today that need to be taken into account, and I assume we are not going to be boring our saviors to death with this infighting." Excuse me. Actually, she does do something.
Yes, I was gonna say.
I thought that was totally in character.
I did.
I realized that I wanted to cough there, but then like my natural tendency to like cover my mouth happened. And so I don't know how weird that sounded with me going away from the mic to cough when she did actually just kind of cough. And then she says, "And if we are to give them something, I believe it is worthwhile to give them something as a more unified group than any of this petty bickering is going to be. Peoples were lost, the Dauntless was lost, but we are here and have our duties to the living. If they were lost, then they are not our problem any longer." At that, you get both the king and the admiral say some variation of a theme of honor to the Dauntless, and do that same sort of motion with the cups. And she just sort of grimaces when they do it. And then the king says, "The Lady Samander is correct. It would be unworthy of the city to not gift our saviors something in return. However, we know little of your people. We did not ask for your help, not that it is not wanted. But if we had asked, we would have been able to set up an arrangement of payment for services rendered. Now we are just in your debt in a very general sense, and I don't believe being appreciative is something that is going to fix any damages to your ships, any of your crew that was lost. This is something we must discuss, I assume. Captain Morin, it is. What is it that your people want from us?"
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking. What title would I refer to him with?
Who? The king?
Yes.
King. Not my king, but King Ya.
Not like Your Majesty or anything.
It wouldn't be it wouldn't be impossible to say that, but it would be a little awkward to do so.
Okay.
Like Your Majesty is typically something you do to either a king when there's other like peoples around, or like your king or queen or something like that. It'd be a little odd to call him Your Majesty, but you can if you want to. It wouldn't be so odd that it'd be like, oh, this is a faux pas. It would just be, oh, that's a strange way of doing it, but they're foreigners.
What would Morin refer to a Genasi royalty as?
They don't really have royalty. There's no kings and queens of the Genasi.
What about like a respected noble? Is there like a title?
Yes. The DM would need to look it up real quick.
Okay. Because I essentially want like a veiled compliment for his good primordial.
Gotcha. Let me look through. So, ideally, me doing this will also give you time to figure out what you want to say.
Yep.
So, for a foreign king, the Raba probably makes sense.
Oh, Raba?
Raba, yes.
Raba.
Raba means like sort of like blessed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll stand and I'll say, Raba, your appreciation matters more to us than you might initially think. As far as compensation, we are less looking for, or as far as entitlement, we're less looking for compensation and more simply looking for access to repairs for our ship, potentially volunteers to crew our ship if any are willing and you can spare them, and perhaps an exchange of information on Lee's Leviathan and their behaviors.
A question for Morin. Would Morin stand up and speak because he was directed, or would he kind of gesture to the speaker like the others did to be called upon?
I would stand up and speak and ignore the speaker.
Okay. So you say that, and after you get done speaking for a second, the speaker then says, Captain Morin speaking, and then kind of, she doesn't look like she's especially offended, but it looked like she was sort of nervous until you stopped talking, and she could just kind of throw that and interject it in.
Mm-hmm.
And the king smiles and says, of course, any losses you had defending the city would be ones that we would be entitled to, or indebted to you, and we would be able to supply good quality soldiers. The admiral kind of sneers and says, good quality soldiers is not what they need. They need sailors. How many years it been since you've been on a ship, boy? And King sort of like twitches a little bit at that. He turns back to the admiral and says, Admiral, you take yourself too far. I am your king, and I don't care if you have my brother stashed away somewhere safe. I am still your king. The admiral, you can see, kind of does look abashed for a second, and then says, apologies. I just think if we are to allow some of our people to go on this ship, if we are giving them repayment in kind, they should be worthy sailors, ones that will not lose their heads. Your expertise in the area is outdated, sir. So you can see there's this sort of like building tension and silence between the two of them, and then a kind of cough in the background. Yes, they are needed to have peoples, but neither you, my lord, nor you, sir, the Lady Samander gestures to the king and the admiral in turn, have experience in this arena. I, however, have much experience in supplying crew for foreign ships. I would be willing to negotiate with them for proper terms and payments and give them an excellent deal on crew that will work on their behalf. People that they can trust, and people that will give a good name and be, as you call them, up to date. For a second there, that tension sort of snaps between the king and the admiral, and then they start kind of half talking over each other, the admiral and the king, kind of explaining why they should be the one to supply the crew. Again, I'm going to sort of just give a couple of statements, and then I'm going to summarize stuff so we can go through this a little faster than might otherwise. And I now need to read your all's conversation.
I kind of like being able to like have this little side conversation as you're doing the NPCs, because that's kind of what would actually happen, right?
Yeah, it is. So what do you guys want to do? So you have 3 different people now that have all made the case that if you need crew, that's a reasonable request. They want to be the one to supply the crew.
I like
Do
the
we
old
have
lady.
to choose? I also
I
like the
still
old
want to say, like, it's not an obligation. We're not expecting or feel entitled to crew. This is something that can be negotiated for wages and stuff, right? Like, the king is making it seem like they need to repay us, and that's not what we're after.
I think that it's going to be less confusing to everyone if we just let them feel like they owe us.
True, but again, we have to separate ourselves from Sanctuary then, right? Just, yeah, I want to be super careful with all that.
I mean, the admiral supposedly will already be doing that somehow, some way.
Mm-hmm. Total faith in the Admiral. Yep.
Griffle,
guess-
you're the person that's going to know the most about this ship. Do you have a sense of who's going to be most effective at helping crew our ship?
Yeah, Gary, would I know?
So yes, and a couple of things, but I'm going to need some checks from people, and I'll have to do some of this. So as there's this discussion happening, a servant comes in and then hands a note to it really doesn't have to be anyone in particular, but probably whoever in the group would be sort of at the back of your all's kind of entourage. I imagine probably not Morin because he's front and center, but whoever would be kind of in the back of the group, because you guys only have 4 seats, so not all 6 of you can be sitting. Although I guess Syl doesn't need much space.
True.
But whoever would be in the back would get a note that has that written on it.
Ah, got it. Okay.
So that's thing 1. Thing 2 is, especially after you get the note, Lady Samander looks very vaguely familiar.
Sorry, did I miss what your description of her?
So here is Lady Samander. She's up here in the top left. And she is an older orc. And she's wearing a kind of a strange outfit that is multiple layers and is a lot of bright colors.
Do we recognize that?
Not really. The dress that she has on does look like it's very it has a very uniform, not like uniform as in is all the same, but it looks like a uniform. It doesn't look like just an outfit she threw.
I know who this is. Metagame knowledge, so.
I think Foxy could figure out pretty quickly who this person is now that I've sort of drawn attention to it. The rest of you are probably like, that person looks somehow slightly familiar, but I'm not sure. but she gives you guys the notes, and so you have 3 different people. So Griffle had asked, would Griffle have any knowledge of these people? And by default, that's going to be something like streetwise, basically your knowledge of these sorts of things. Do you think that there would be another way that Griffle would kind of try to rack her brain other than just like who she knows, as far as like knowing a good crew? Because this is not something you would typically have to deal with as a pilot.
No.
And what about like a question you could ask each of them, like that's pertaining to your knowledge of sailing, like which one answers the best, that type of thing.
Yeah, that's an option.
I also like don't even know what we're missing in terms of crew.
It's more so that the more crew we have, the faster we fly.
I think also like Griffle would intuitively know what the makeup of the crew looks like, so that's an easily answered question.
Yeah. Like my character Morin doesn't know what the ship needs to be crewed.
Like,
Do you want an answer to that from me, or is that a thing you would like answered from Griffle? Or
Yeah, that was something for Griffle. Like me, I'm not sure what the ship needs. You know what the ship needs. Do you see one of these 3 people as being better able to satisfy that need?
And Gary?
are you asking me like what the crew needs?
Okay, so here's what I, Foxy, know about these things. An admiral will have worked their way up, like will have been promoted from captain, and a captain would know a good crew from a bad one, but they wouldn't necessarily know how to find a good crew from a bad one. The captain would generally be appointed. Unless they're pirates, in which case the captain would be promoted from among the crew and probably could like figure out how to get like a good crew. But an admiral wouldn't be a good, at least as far as I'm aware, and Gary, you can correct me if I'm wrong, an admiral wouldn't actually be like a good source of, like they'd be able to pick out individual sailors, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to pick out like who fits into a cohesive whole. But we also don't know who Lady Samanda's like contacts are, or what her actual position is, like if she has a title or like what her history. So I think we probably would want to ask her about that first.
So you're kind of right, but probably not how Griffle's going to think about it. So think of, for example, the one admiral that you've had interactions with was Admiral Spuker. So he kind of knows who's under his command, and while he wouldn't pick an entire crew all at once, he picked you specifically because he knew, he's like, all right, well, you're going to do a good job. I'll pick you to do this task. So if they're kind of at the top of the chain, they're usually pretty decent at either knowing who below them would be good for a specific job, or being like, okay, I know that this particular ship, I'll talk to a captain. They've done especially well at doing something, and be able to kind of delegate. So the admiral probably is going to have the largest list of people to pick from that are all like accomplished or like veteran sailors. Depending on a bunch of things, the king might have access to a bunch of people, but you're not entirely sure. The king probably has more traditional resources, so probably would have a better funded, better equipped crew, because the admiral probably has to have, his stuff through the city itself. So like treating the king like a nobleman in the Black Blood, the nobleman would typically come with something where their crew that they supply would be, again, better equipped individually and might have individual better things, but they won't work together quite as well as a more established crew would. Whereas the admiral has people he's going to pick that are under his like umbrella. You don't know who Lady Samanda is, so not certain what's going to be there.
Right. If I don't know who she is, my instinct would be to lean towards the admiral over the. But also, like, okay, so Griffle doesn't fucking know this, but I, as a player, am very aware that our choice is probably lending itself to this power struggle. So,
So also, this would be something that Griffel would know. A ship is supposed to be manned 24 hours a day. Like you need someone doing things. So the idea that a decent sized ship has only one pilot is craziness. Like you would not have a formally commissioned ship that has a single pilot. So bare minimum, you would need like 3 pilots.
okay, so was I asked a direct question? Oh, you guys asked me a question in telepathy, right?
Correct.
Right. So I'll answer telepathically and I'll explain that an admiral would have a much better idea of like who would be good to crew a ship than a king would. I would also just like explain the kinds of crew that we would need. And like a lot of it would also like it would be skilled like labor, right? We couldn't just have warm bodies.
Mhm.
Yeah, does that answer questions or do we need to elaborate?
I think that's good info. I think we need to meet with Samira before we make a decision. Morin, can you give a diplomatic answer?
Or just say we'll consider it and
Yeah.
deal with it after the meeting.
Yeah, we're in no rush to leave. We've got a broken ship.
Maybe
Um,
say we'd like them to send representatives of their crews to meet with before we choose. I mean, we are sort of in a position of power here, having just saved their bacon.
So Gary, are they like, have the 3 of them been like, choose me, and now we're making a choice, or is this just like a conversation that we can ignore for the time being?
The what happened initially is you brought up, hey, we might need a crew, and then all 3 of them said, okay, well, I should be the one that supplies you the crew. The kind of conversation that's happening right now in the background is it's the king and the admiral sort of making their case about why it should be one of the other, and they're primarily arguing with each other and bringing up other things. There is that performance element, right, that you guys got initially with their back and forth. That's more of the focus of like then giving you guys like real useful information. The only person who's not sort of pressing their case is Lady Samandar. She said what she said and has not spoken up again.
Mm-hmm. Is Advisor Gwyn the speaker?
Advisor Guen is the Dragonborn that was talking to the Admiral. Or sorry, that was talking to the King. So every now and again, as things are happening, the dragon, who's the only Dragonborn, the only non-orc in the room other than you guys and the First Mage, she'll lean in and say a couple of things to the King, and then kind of go back, or the King will say something quietly to her, and then kind of go back and forth.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I'll like wait for like a break in the conversation then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll look at the king and I'll say, we would like to meet with you each of you to discuss what kind of crew we can get. But for today, can we put our ship in dry dock to begin repairs while we recover from the stress of the battle?
Is this addressing to the King?
Yes.
So you say that, and the King smiles and says, "Of course, you will be able to dock wherever you see fit. Although I would recommend the south side of the city is one of the only places that is properly suited for repairing a ship of your peculiar needs. We are not accustomed to having airships here of the size of your wonderful high tower." And you can tell that the Admiral kind of grinds his teeth at that.
The king said that? Sorry.
Yeah, the King said that, and the Admiral looks annoyed about it.
It's kind of a shady, like, I don't toss enough money your way.
Well, it's downplaying their army, basically, which the Admiral would never do.
So, who got the note from Lady Samandra?
Whoever was in the back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it's 1, just because I don't know. It's how it's arranged on the map randomly.
1, do you want to give her a message back?
Sure. What would you like me to say?
We want to meet with her, right?
I think so. Yep.
So let's do that.
Question.
All right.
So if you look on the floor, right, there's this ring of water that sort of separates your area. And since you're not one, there's like 4 seats for you all, and since you're not taking up one of those 4 seats, you have the capacity to like physically write on the piece of paper that was handed to you and send it back through the servants. Or if you were to walk kind of a few steps away from the table, you'd be in telepathic range with Lady Samandra if you so chose. Which would one use, do you think?
I think she would telepathically communicate.
Okay. So it is going to be, for if anyone is familiar in here with with telepathy and the sort of generic telepathy range of most people, it is going to look a little odd that you step away from the table, but it's not going to be like crazy weird. Would you try to sort of disguise that you're stepping away from the table to telepathically talk to somebody in the crowd, or would you not worry about it?
Would I be able to use shaped consciousness in like a more discreet way? Because she's like kind of up on a balcony. Could I like project myself sort of on the balcony where it's not really obvious?
Probably not. The room was initially fairly dark, so in beforehand, yes. Now that the room is very well lit, it's very brightly lit. When you shape consciousness, it's going to be obvious to everyone who's up there.
Okay, then I think I would just sort of try to shift a little closer. But I know from the vision with the golden lion, having a scion is not that uncommon, so I'll just be the role of the ship's scion.
Okay. So what do you want to give as response?
All right. Let me just look at what she said again. Where did it go? Okay. So I would politely knock to try to establish communication with her.
The communication opens.
Okay. And I would say, Lady Samandra, thank you for your gracious offer. We would be delighted to meet with you this evening at your manor.
She sends back, of course, and I will give entertainments, but understand my hospitality will be a little bit different from your dark lady.
Understood. And then I would ask the group telepathically. I would let them know that I am communicating with her and ask if there's anything we would like to ask her for context at the moment.
So I think I missed like the very last end of what she said, something about a dark lady.
Hmm.
I'm assuming she's referring to either On Desong or Marie Desong.
Yeah.
She wouldn't know who Marie is.
What did she say specifically?
Her hospitality would be different than the Dark Lady.
Okay.
And
Which is
you
probably a
get
good
the
thing.
you get the impression, not that like different in a bad way, but like she like maybe a little less opulent, I guess, is what she's trying to imply.
Mhm.
Why do you think she wouldn't know Marie Desong? Because if we were just talking
Marie
about
Song hangs out with like dogs.
She's pretty small potatoes.
but again, I'm just trying to piece together like the armor and the emblems and stuff.
We are not wearing. Marie Song does not have an emblem. She is under no.
Oh, sorry. So Fernot is okay.
Fernot is under On.
Yes.
Okay.
So everyone except for you in the group would be wearing the symbol of the vampire court, and then also the symbol of Baron Fernot, if they have it somewhere that can be seen. Yours doesn't have that symbol with it.
Right.
And Marita Song, who is also a member of the Baron's court, she would also be wearing the same markings. She'd be wearing markings that she's tied to one of the barons.
And she's tied to Fernot as well. Fernot is male, not female. So when she
Yes.
refers to Dark Lady, she must be referring to On.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. So Morin asks, should I invite the admiral to the ship to discuss crew prior to our evening with Lady Amandra?
Oh, I think we've had enough people on the ship so far and enough craziness.
Are we?
Gary, her
comfortable-
outfit. Sorry, Lady Samandar's outfit looks like the outfit of the guy from Endeavor. Does it not? Or is that crazy?
Not really, no.
No. Does it look like
No.
an outfit or is the picture accurate?
The picture is pretty accurate. That is actually pretty close to what she looks like.
Does it look like an outfit we've seen before?
Like I said, it looks like a uniform. I did kind of make a couple of checks on your guys' knowledge, and there's some sort of that looks vaguely familiar, but you're not sure exactly what it is.
Oh. Okay.
So you've basically said, hey, we're going to see representatives, right? You told the king this. He said, of course, you can take docks over to this part of the harbor. And it's one of the only places in the city that can have an airship docked and be able to allow you to repair.
Okay, so telepathically, should we head out?
I think so.
Do we want to ask Thuana anything? Like, are we
I think
trying to
we'd
go
like-
back to their ship too?
I feel like we want to set up a meeting with them separately as well, don't we?
Over the course of the 45 minutes to an hour that the meeting has taken so far, you've seen Thuana grow slightly more flush the longer the meeting has happened, as she continues to drink her warm wine.
She's just having a good time.
She's just basically watching all of the politicking and all of the things that are happening in the room, and just drinking her drink and being like, all right, this is all happening. It's not part of not something she needs to worry about, is basically what she's treating it like.
Yeah,
So
we
can
might
I-
want to ask her if they want to meet separately.
Yeah, can I telepathically open a connection to her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would ask her, I would say, we'd very much like to meet with you and the crew of the Golden Lion. We believe that in some way our interests align. What's the best way to go about that?
Well, the best way to go about that is meeting somewhere in town. There's going to be lots of partying and all kinds of crazy things that are happening, and just everybody's going to love each other. It's going to be wonderful. But Captain's she's very particular. Maybe you can meet with Captain, maybe not. I will ask. I can tell you I will ask. I can't give you any promises. Her mental communication is very fuzzy.
Okay. To the party telepathically, what do we remember? Is there anything we remember from the vision that we can tell Thuana that could make the captain more amenable to meeting with us?
Whose eyes were we seeing through again in the vision?
You didn't get a name, but you're seeing through the eyes of the ship's scion. So, does the group kind of want to say something along the lines of, right, well, we're done for the moment and let's kind of move on?
I think
Man,
so. Yeah.
I'd like to think of something that makes her like take us a little more seriously. I am looking for
I was
the
trying to find the
document.
vision again.
Ideally, the vision should be in the shared visions. So there should be. I did a link a bit ago that had the first. Yeah, so shared vision. So it's penned in Prosperity Channel. It's 2 visions. The first one being the one that takes place in the rings, and the second vision, if you scroll down to the bottom, is the one that takes place during the Battle of Hardhome.
Ah, yes.
Got it. I thought they were on Roll20, but this works too.
They're kind of long, and formatting things in Roll20 handouts, if it's more than like a page or two, can get really wonky and difficult to read. And I'm just going to take all the ones that are shared and put them in that one handout, so that you guys can all see them whenever. And I'll probably format it to where it'll have like headings and stuff once you've got more than a couple visions.
Yeah, no, this works.
All right. Not hearing anything. So, as you guys are kind of talking and arguing, one of the people, or was the people there talking and arguing, one of the people in the stands or in the balcony will stand up and basically start talking about how this is taking a long time, and that they all have things to do, warehouses that have been burned down, destroyed, people that need helping, and celebrations that need to get organized. And basically they're not here to talk all day.
Ooh, can I just interject? Like maybe we could say that we'd really like to talk to her about Goldie.
Ooh, nice.
Is that? I mean, it's gonna be more than it does. Or I mean, I guess it's telepathically, so it doesn't have to be more than talking aloud.
Yeah, telepathically to Thuana.
What do you want to say?
Um, so she just said that the captain might meet with us or maybe not. And so I would say we'd really like to talk to her about Goldie. So please do your best to ensure she meets with us.
I do what I can, but I just don't want to make any promises.
I thought us knowing the beacon's name would jog her, but she's probably too wasted.
It did seem to be a little surprising, but it was more along the lines of just, you can tell that she's sort of been like, I'll do what I can, but making it clear that maybe the captain's a little hard to deal with or is unusual in some way, and she's just like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to make or break it.
We could tell her that we could let Goldie see into the heart of our ship. Because I think Goldie is just the affectionate name given to the golden lion.
That's the beacon.
No, the beacon of the Golden Line specifically.
Right.
You can say that if you want. And I just need to know if you're saying it, if you're discussing it among the group, or actually saying it to Thuana.
That's a telepathic discussion.
Yep.
Okay, so what do you want me to say to her? That we'd like to have Goldie be into our beacon?
That we could let Goldie look into the heart of our ship.
Is that a good idea?
Is that something we can even do?
Both of those are questions. Is it something that is a good idea? Is it something you want to do? Is it something you can do? All of those are questions that you guys can have, and not a lot of straight answers.
So aside from whether or not we should do that or we can do that, like, is that even a thing that they would want necessarily?
Not necessarily. I mean, again, we weren't jamming. We just didn't open things up, basically, right? We just had a firewall in place.
I think just mentioning that we know the name, like the pet name of their beacon, is enough to hopefully intrigue their captain. But if
We'll
not,
see.
then we'll meet with the rest of their crew.
So the meeting looks like it's getting kind of adjourned for the moment. People discussing things and trying to move around the city to get things done. And you guys go to head out. Are you guys heading out the kind of the way you came in, using the spin room to spin back to your ship? Or what's your all's plan as the meeting is being adjourned by the speaker, and then kind of go from there?
I think we would return to the ship and bring it to the dry dock.
That would be my vote.
Yeah, me too.
Agreed.
All right. So you guys head away around the staircase and kind of pick Hatterai back up as part of the group. He more or less kind of keeps the staircase and in between him and the main part of the group of the room, and kind of walks along the wall near all of like the paintings and murals and things like that you guys walked in on. He doesn't look like he's very good at being stealthy, but he is kind of obviously uncomfortable with being kind of seen in the main part of the council chamber, and looks happy to be on the way. Now that the lights are all up in here, you can see there are these huge murals that are on the walls, and when you look at them, your eyes get this weird sort of mixing of stuff as you see a lot of the labels and like placards and things below the different people twist in your eyes, adjusting to translating as you can now read, who these people are and what these scenes are and what these pictures and things are. One of the ones that will stand out on your way out, because it is on this wall, it's one of the biggest murals. It's about 40 feet tall. It's about 20 feet wide. There is a pretty dramatic looking mural of the carving is not the right word, but it's carved in stone into the stone of the wall, and there is a depiction of what looks to be the harbor. Now, it doesn't look exactly like the entrance to the harbor, but it's reasonably close. And standing over the harbor with 1 foot on either side. So let me move you guys back to the map, right? So if you see the map of Hardhome, right, where the two towers are, it looks like standing with 1 foot where either of those two towers are on either side of the harbor, there is an enormous giant that is standing there with a spear in one hand and this hooked net in the other hand made of heavy chains. And the hooks at the end of the chains are anchors from ships. And you see him standing there, and sort of on the edge, all around the top and sides and bottom, are these carved tendrils and tentacles. Like they're all kind of the viewpoint of things looking into the harbor with this giant standing there. And then you guys look down at the bottom and can see the placard change to being to the name and then the first defense of Hardhome. And it's from Call Lugos. So,
Does it have a date?
huh?
Does it have a date?
Yes. And I can fix the other date problem. 1 second. So Call Lugos, and the mural is called "The Turning of the Tides," and it has 2 dates. It has 2 dates on the bottom of it, which are 875 and 877 CE. So the correct date from earlier which I don't have here, which is dumb. Is 583. So nope, brain. Hang on. Oh, so sorry. The dates on the thing are 93 and 95.
893.
93 and 95. So.
Oh,
Those are the dates on the mural. And the date that was given from today, that they actually did when they announced, was 583. So this was a little under 500 years ago by the counting of years, according to Hardhome.
Is there any signifier, like a prefix or?
Yes, CE. So 93
okay.
and 95 CE are the dates.
Okay.
Did I do that right? Hang on. I had all this stuff from before, like from last session, that I forgot. I didn't have enough time once I got back from the movie today to actually relook over my notes for this part. So I might have to correct some of this later.
Man, the Rise of Gru really does that to you.
It was actually the Thor Love and Thunder is what we want to watch, and I had strong opinions on that movie.
Yes, I'm sure you do. After we talked about it before.
Yep. Anyways, so yes, it's got two dates on it, 93 and 95 C, and you're pretty certain because you guys can read the giant, that the first date is probably the date that this happened, and the second date is probably the completion date of the mural.
Interesting.
So, would you guys look and investigate anything else here before you guys headed off, or would this be just let's go to the ship, let's go get to dry dock? Because this is what Hatterai has been at least pretending to examine the whole time you guys have been in the court.
Now, this is just a big painting.
So this is carved into the wall. So this is a 40-foot tall, 20-foot wide stone carved inset into the wall.
That's dope.
Well, I'll just ask Hatterai, anything of note in the murals?
He shrugs, and then he says, I don't know exactly what of note you're looking for, but I did find this one to be a representation that we should be aware of as far as the perspective of the peoples here. Common within the Reach, but a good representation that is maybe not so well known to outsiders. And he gestures towards a triptych, a 3-stage mural that there's actually 2 different versions of in the hall. One that's on your side that looks like it's a little worse from the wear, and then there's one on the far side of the hall that looks to be nearly identical, but it's much newer and the colors are more vibrant, like it's just in better shape. But it's the same basic principle with 2 different artists doing it. And that one is a 3-stage mural. The first stage shows a guy, looks like he might be human, might be something else. It's kind of difficult to tell, but he's humanoid of some kind. And there are lots and lots of people behind him, but all of them look like they're struggling or collapsing or dead or dying. And he looks like he's standing sort of defiant. And on the other side of the mural, kind of across a small field with like houses and stuff in the background, there is this swarm of monsters, mostly that have like bat-like appearances or like long claws and things like that. And sort of in the top right of the mural, the monsters and things slowly turn into what looks like the cloak of a woman, who's sort of looking down at the defiant man on the far side. And then the second one shows a bunch of like a train of people with caravans and carts and all that sort of stuff that are going towards a mountain pass that's kind of directly in the frame of the picture. and then the two mountains on either side of the pass turn into the legs of a table, and then the very top of the picture shows a looks like the same guy, but he is laying on the table. You can only see sort of his from chest up, and he's turned with his face towards the side of the camera angle. And you can see that that same woman from the other mural has fangs and is biting down on his neck with like blood trickling down onto the table. And then the third one has a pretty big depiction of a hilltop, and there is this sort of set into the hill. There is this huge stone sarcophagus kind of looking thing. It kind of looks like a more like modern day coffin, but it's not something that your characters will be very familiar with because it's not kind of what's used. But think of a modern day coffin over a grave, and then there's lots of people that are sort of spread around that are there at the funeral. And you can see the one of the people in the kind of crowd has a lot of detail on them and is a person wearing these very distinctive looking goggles. You all have seen what Aegis looks like, so it's pretty easy to tell that that's looks like Aegis at the funeral. And then the labels below it are Emmett resists the vampire armies. The second one is the bargain, Emmett's bargain, and then the third one is Emmett's rest.
Emmett's Rest is a town, yeah.
It
That's
is now-
where we found. Huh?
Yeah, that's where Hatterai lives.
That's where Hatterai was, yeah. And he lives. They live under a mountain.
So these are the three pieces of the mural.
Hatterai, who is Emmett?
He was well, it's difficult to separate myth and legend from truth, but he was a hero of the Reach, one that resisted the initial vampire incursion, one that supposedly was able to bargain with the leader of the court and allow the Reach to be outside of vampiric influence.
Are there dates on that one?
There should be. Does the DM write them in the section of notes? No, but yes, there are.
Are they? The big thing is like if we recognize Aegis and that's super old, how old is Aegis?
I'm left.
Well, here's another question: Is
It's
Aegis in the image? Does he have any sort of expression?
Everyone in the image looks sort of somber. Like it looks like a picture of a bunch of people at a funeral. No one's expression looks like it doesn't match what you would expect from people attending a funeral.
This was like 500 years ago.
This is like 1,300 years ago.
Which actually kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but what is Aegis?
Oh, so this is actually slightly older than that. So this is slightly before the founding of the Court of Blood. So this would be 1,400 years ago.
Okay.
So, you guys head the way through, teleport back to your ship. Once back on the Superstition's End, you can see, I'm going to kind of keep you guys on the board here so I can show where stuff is. Some of the ships are set up in the harbor. The Lion is a decent bit away, as is the Caledon and the Oreste. The Oreste is near the border fortress, and it has the island fortress, and has docked itself, and looks like it's got people that are kind of doing different things and trying to go through repairs. A lot of the other ships are gathered around, like in an arc around the harbor, with the ships that have sustained damage getting pretty close to the cliffs, and are pretty clearly anchored with people getting onto and off, and little boats ferrying out from the city trying to start the process of repairing the ships. One thing that'll stick out, or two things that'll stick out as you go to move the ship to dry dock, which is going to be this section over here. So this part above there's more docks than just this one here. There's like several of them in a row here, and this is a pretty strong hill. So in this hilly area is where these extra docks are. This is where the king had gestured for you to go. It's basically right here. But as you move the ship over into position, you can see there's lots of people coming out of that gate. You can also notice that at the base of the the kind of the tallest parts of the cliffs here, which is where this artillery battery is, basically where you guys teleported in, is one of the highest points in the city. And all along the cliff face to the side of it, you can see that there are these enormous sort of anchor chains and things that are being laid into place along the hilltop, and little puffs of magic as people are binding the chains to the ground. And ships, some of the smaller ships, like probably not the Sun's favorite because it's so wounded, like the Curiosity and Fortune, some of the other ships have hooked the Leviathans to them and are connecting them to these chains. And one of the Category 1 Leviathans has been pulled out of the water and is dangling from these massive hooks that is being held on the kind of flush against the cliff face. And as you guys go to reposition the ship, you can see that there are men and women wearing what look to be like butcher's aprons that are on little platforms that are being lowered from the side of the cliffs, and are with like big heavy butcher's knives and little kind of imagine like window cleaning platforms, are cutting up pieces of the Leviathan and then putting them into like putting a little block of it onto the thing. And then other people are standing on the platforms and throwing them from the platform onto the deck of a wide barge that's below the ship as they are butchering the Leviathan. The ship that was linked, the picture that was linked, is actually pretty solid. Just instead of it being, imagine that being at a cliff face rather than being held up just like that. And so you've got the Leviathan is being held up out of the water. The people are kind of on top of it, kind of cutting it apart and butchering it and throwing these big slabs of meat onto this barge, which is anchored below. And then there's people working on the barge doing stuff, like looking like they're packing the meat and doing stuff with it.
They eat that meat?
Huh?
Do they eat that meat?
Not sure.
I bet Narsenhar would like some of that.
So that's one thing you'll notice. The other thing you'll notice is that while there's a lot of swarms of people working and doing things, there's people recovering from the immediate damage of it. Most of the fires in the city have gone out, that sort of thing. What you do notice is that the marketplace, which is sort of opposite this opposite these docks, and then the marketplace at these docks is just swarming with people. The northern section of the city looks like it's been abandoned. It's not the right word, but there's very few people in it compared to the area around the docks. And there are tons and tons of people that are out that are watching your ship as it moves from one position to another, but also people that have set up little stands, especially at the far southern section of the main dock. And you can see people that have like easels and stuff set up and are drawing and painting the ship as people are kind of coming up and talking to them and things like that.
Oh, crap.
As well as in the harbor, there's a bunch of these smaller ships. They don't look like they're really that seaworthy. Like these are not going to be ocean faring vessels. These are like smaller ferries, are ferrying people out to the harbor isles that are down here. So down to South Harbor. And there's just boats just filled with people. And there's people swarming that small island. Nothing has happened to the rod since the battle ended. No.
Why are people swarming the island?
Not sure. So do you guys land the ship? Do you fly fairly close to the ground? Like what's the plan now that you're at this sort of dry harbor?
So what do we know of the ship and its repair? Does it just literally need time, or is there a way that we can speed it up?
So if you are a craftsman, you can physically like fix the parts of the ship that are broken. The ship does have a mechanism for repairing itself, but it is fairly costly. So if they had Residim, so they had basically pure magic, you could throw it into the engine and the engine will repair the ship. But that takes a significant amount of time. So mechanically, the ship, by its own methods, will repair I think it's about 10 hit points a day.
So yeah, so we need to ask for assistance and craftsmen to like just repair the damage to the outer decks, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's the main goal. So let's see if there's people around that can help.
So as soon as you guys fly over to the dry dock, the question is, do you land? So Griffle, are you landing or are you going to stay flying above? What are you doing when you're going to park the ship? I think Griffle's still in the doing whatever that takes a long time to unmute. Maybe. I don't know if she's AFK a minute or if having mic problems. Gonna guess AFK a minute. So yeah, Captain Morin, do you want to make an executive decision?
Well, I'm somewhat familiar with Genasi airship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they normally land for repairs, or do they usually hover?
So they would usually have an air dock. So they would be basically a huge tower that they would fly up next to and then stay parked. The city doesn't have anything like that for you to repair at.
Okay, then I guess we'll just find like an open dry dock area and land there.
Okay, so like where you guys are right now, where it is on the map, would be a spot that you could physically land if you wanted to. So let's assume that we land, and if when Foxy gets back, if she has an objection, then we'll go from there.
Is landing this close to the wall going to mess up their wards again?
A 100% is turning off the wards as you guys are this close. But it doesn't look as damaging because you're not turning them off, you're just preventing them from being activated, which is a little different. So you're not like it's like if something's running and you unplug it, it's a little bit of a difference, like a computer, right? The computer is running and you just unplug it. It's a little different from if the computer wasn't on and you unplugged it.
Fair. Okay.
Kind of what's happening here. All right, so the ship lands. After a little bit, you get quite a few people coming out from the these things off here, coming out with carts and other sorts of things. As craftsmen are coming out to help aid and repair the ship. And I don't want to kind of focus too heavily on it, but the main question is going to be how much access do you want to give them to the ship? And when you are giving them access, like, is this going to be someone stays and watches them like a hawk? Like, how are you doing this? Because they do look like they're going to get immediately to work. But it's a question of how much oversight you want to give them while they're on the ship and how you invite them onto the ship, which I kind of wish Foxy was here for.
Yeah.
I feel like somewhat, in terms of the ship, omniscient being on board that could probably prevent them from doing anything damaging.
We'd probably want to ask him. But the other thing is, like, if it's all external damage and damage to the deck, they shouldn't need access to the internals, right?
Right. And the ship will like designate them as not crew, so they won't be able to like use spin discs and stuff. I can't
They won't be
remember
able
what
to
our
use
restrictions.
any of the magic items basically on the ship are denied to them unless they are given specific permissions.
So without those permissions, it's basically just a regular ship.
More or less, although, they can wander around and look at some of the things that don't have to be activated, right? Like,
But they can't get into like any of the dimensional.
correct. They wouldn't be able to go below decks. Kind of like you guys, when you think back to when you guys first got on the ship, that's more or less what they would have access to, is the things that they can physically go and mess with.
So they would be able to fly it.
I actually had a question, though. Well, but Griffle has the helmet right now, so I think flight we could lock out. But I had a question, like, because if you're talking about because you mentioned ships have to be like fully manned, 3 pilots, yada yada yada. How did you guys even get this ship? Like, was it not fully manned when you came on board?
Nope. All of the men were gone because we murdered them.
Okay. How many
It's
did
not
you?
murder if you're defending yourself.
How
We
many was
defended
it?
against them? It's interesting. It wasn't that many people, but so they had come in and were sieging Faith, and so I think maybe a lot of them had already been defended before we arrived.
I don't think defended is the verb.
Because a lot of this this section has to do with kind of Foxy and her getting people permissions, and I want to give her more of a ownership of what's happening with the ship. What I want to do is, so I don't know what's going on with her. We can either pause and take a break here for a couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and see if she comes back. Or if you guys want, we can just sort of say, all right, something happens here, and then we'll kind of go forwards and we can rewind and do that. What would you guys prefer?
Can I pick option 3? There was something, because we ended the battle, right? And we never really talked about how the battle ended, which is fine. I don't need a whole recap. But I was quite curious, actually, about one aspect. I just thought of it a little while ago, and if we can take a couple minutes to talk about that, that'd be interesting. Baneslayer was still active when we were in the battle, and we kind of wrapped up the battle, but as you're mentioning, there's Leviathan still around, obviously harpooned, all that. How did Baneslayer deactivate? Like, what actually would have happened with that?
Basically, at the end of the battle, once the Leviathans were all dead or scattered, Baneslayer recognized that it didn't have its enemies nearby and turned off.
But wouldn't there have still been enemies if there's still enough harpoon nearby and being cut up and stuff? Like,
I mean, Baneslayer does not react the same way to dead enemies as it reacts to living enemies.
okay, so as long as you can give, okay. Well, I was just curious. Like, I didn't know if everything was dead, or if they were just like harpooned and being dragged half alive, kind of thing. And so I was just
no.
curious.
The ships, the defenders of the harbor, made sure to fill them full of cannonballs before they did anything else.
Okay, cool.
So are we waiting for Foxy, or are we gonna?
I'm good to wait because I think you're right. It would be good
Use
to
a
have
quick
her.
break. If you
I could also
want.
tell you guys about my vision.
Yeah.
All right, you can do that. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Same. Be right back.
All right, never mind.
That's fair. I'm trying to think. Who all was there during? So one and Philly and Syl? I guess those 3 would have been the ones who originally were part of the party when the ship was originally taken, defended
No, I-
against.
I joined after.
You joined after as
No.
well. Okay.
It's like
Yeah.
just me and one.
Wow. Okay.
We've had a lot of rotation in this game.
I know, and I never quite realized how much, which is fine. That's it's a cool group right now, so I'm glad at least this group's here. Interesting. So this ship, Sanctuary's End, was used to attack Faith, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, then maybe the crew left the ship to like go and actually do like a ground assault kind of thing.
No, that's exactly what we did. And then that's kind of how we ended up. This is all very one long-winded quest that sort of flows into one another.
That's how it always
Like
is.
the reason we were at Faith is because we were actually we had a secondary reason for going to Faith, but we went to Faith because we promised Marie to find man who I can't remember the name of. The vampire guy, the vampire researcher.
Oh,
And-
yeah. What's his name? Marcel.
Marcel, and Marcel was stolen by the church. We fought the church, got their airship, and then followed another like barge on the river to get. Wait. Yeah. This is so it's so wild. So like so we didn't really know how to fly the ship, which is where the like emergency teleport thing is. We teleported to a few planes and eventually teleported back to actually Sanctuary, but we were underwater. So we rose above the water and then flew southbound down the river that the church was flying on. And found the barge that had crashed, followed them up a mountain pass, and in the mountain pass is where we found Syl. It's
Nice.
like a very long, convoluted case.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah.
So then we, with Syl, found Marcel, and Marcel took us to the Shadowfell, and through the Shadowfell took us back to Faith, which is where we found you.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, who else was in the party at that time?
Just Chandra.
Chandra. And then, because Aari is in the Discord group, were they another party member at some point?
Aari would still like to be playing this game. However,
Oh, was that the
Cap-
work conflict?
uh-huh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we would enjoy having Aari here.
Yeah.
But Aari's character is supposedly stuck in the wilds.
Correct. By the way, the other complication that you either glossed over or forgot was the reason that you initially went to where the ship was docked was because in searching through Marcel's lab to try to figure out what was going on, you all did something that triggered the alarm system of the ship and started making everyone sick.
Yes. Yeah, that was the klaxon. That's where I came in and started helping out.
I don't remember doing that at all.
Because you went to Herod Moore and Moore basically was like, hey, you can go and I will help you get to where you're going, and I'll kind of gloss over this whole you turned on this, or you're at least being perceived as turning on this klaxon, and the guards can take you down to go search for the ship and give you information about where the ship was because the barge had already crashed. If you'll go and help us make sure that the air dock is clear, and then you went to the air dock and fought, and that's how we got to this next part.
Yeah, but we didn't turn on the klaxon. We
Uh-huh.
spun to Faith. What? We spun to Faith and then he sent us to the air dock.
Okay.
Am I missing?
I might be mixing up the things that happened between groups.
I think the other group did that thing. Because they were on lockdown already when we arrived in Faith.
Okay. That might be my bad. That might be me mixing up what they did.
How many groups are there?
There were 2 groups at one point. There was another full group of people playing.
In the same
But
world?
they were fully based in Faith.
Yeah, the reason the game is called Faith and Prosperity is that there were 2 groups that started. One started in Faith and one started in Prosperity. This is the Prosperity group.
Is Faith group still running?
No.
Okay, if they were, would they also be like just playing like a different aspect of the story and like
They would be playing in the same world, and the things that they did would affect you guys and vice versa.
oh wow. That's how do you even DM that? Like that would be hard.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
I think the caveat there though is that they were playing, as far as I understood, Gary, like at a smaller scale. Or just a different style.
They were playing a different style, yeah, but they were playing much more dungeon crawly, fighting monsters, kick in the door style. much more I should say traditional D&D. So I don't know if smaller is exactly the right note, but more straightforward. Their version was very straightforward. So it's been 15-ish minutes since I've been poking Foxy, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that something is going on over there. Maybe she dozed off or something. Because I know it's early o'clock for her. So what I want to do is let's put what happens at dry dock. Let's assume that that's going to be a thing that happens, and we're going to set that aside so that we can continue to move forward.
Yeah.
But that's going to take a little bit of time. Say maybe a couple of hours until evening time when the potential meetings and stuff with other people could happen. Is there anything you guys want to do on or around the ship that is not directly connected to getting the ship repaired? Or anything your characters want to do?
Just check in with Al, see how he's doing, and I think the question, which can be tied to the dry dock later, of can he help protect the ship, is a good one. That can be dry dock stuff, but we should at least ask how he's doing after the fight and if he's recovered.
So Al-Shaib will respond very curtly that he is tired.
Yeah, that portal makes sense. Yep.
So, anything else people want to do?
No, just still call out that it's pretty epic. They managed to hit Leviathan from how many miles up?
Well, he put it on a specific spot, and then everything moved out of that spot, and then I stopped paying attention to it, and then I had the trigger happen for the finishing of the attack since you guys did move because you guys were pinned down at the time, and yeah, it was cool that there was something there again. All right, so the day passes. You see that people are the rest of the afternoon passes. You guys can rest and relax. People start to kind of get ideas of what they need to repair the ship, using things to sort of magically fabricate, but also getting like the correct type of wood, and then either changing the texture or the color or things like that in order to match the look of the ship. You can tell that after a little while that the initial people that showed up were the people that sort of make the understanding of, oh, this is what we're doing. And then over the course of the next couple of hours, artisans start showing up from the city that look like they're kind of master shipwrights. Like these are people that maybe are not very used to airships in particular, but are very used to making like seagoing vessels and things like that would be able to put their skills to use to help repair the ship. While all that's going on, you can see that sort of fair-like atmosphere inside of the town as people are going and doing things, and the kind of constant ferrying of people back and forth from South Harbor continues for the rest of the day and into the evening. One thing that you guys would be able to tell if you're watching, kind of seeing what they're doing, is there seems to be some sort of like people are going there and then getting things from the island and then heading back into the harbor proper. So they're kind of getting onto a ferry, ferrying out to the island, getting something from the sort of scrub lands of the island, and then heading back into the harbor.
Is there
When you
someone we
say
can
island-
ask?
Huh? When you say island, do you mean one of the big two islands to the south?
I mean, this island, this one right here. So when I'm talking about it, I'm talking about this one.
But all that's there is rocks, supposedly.
It's like rocks and scrubs and bushes, and yeah, it's like scrubland. It doesn't look developed at all. There's maybe enough space for a couple of buildings, but it doesn't look like it's kind of looks wild. It just has the docks on either side.
Do the rocks look like the rock wall on the city?
Some. It doesn't look like it's all the same, but doesn't look any different than a lot of the stones around here. And from what you can tell, people aren't taking stones from the island. They look like they're taking like branches and things from the kind of shrubs and small trees and things that are on the island.
But it's all different people? Like, it's not like a merchant goes and grabs a bunch and brings it back? Like, a whole bunch of people are doing this?
A whole bunch of people are doing it, and they also seem to be getting like one. They get like one stick, and then they take the ferry back into the city.
Is there someone around we can ask?
there's the people repairing the ships and stuff. You could easily ask one of them.
Excuse me. I'm gonna assume sir, but if it's not a sir, that's okay. Uh, so what's what are those people grabbing off that island over there?
He kind of looks over. Oh, they do be going to South Harbor to grab their new masts.
Excuse me?
Masts.
Like on the ship.
Yes.
And that twig that they're grabbing will make a mast.
For a spirit ship, yes.
I feel like I'm missing something here. Could you elaborate a little bit? I'm sorry if I'm being insensitive.
He shrugs and says, "Oh, you not be people from the Reach. Hmm. We have a connection with our spirits. We be people who understand that we are part of a greater world, and that there be spirits that wish to be welcomed in and given favor and shown connections with. People could say bring into the home for different things. I have an altar in my home. I one to the spirits of the weaving of wood, of making of straight lines and veins, something that would make for good shipbuilding, a thing that many of us wrights would have. But everyone be giving different things in the light of events. Everyone be giving their thoughts and prayers and things to the spirits and giving back tonight."
What was the term that the king used, Gary, for when they poured the liquid out?
The Dauntless?
The
Yes.
Dauntless, yeah.
So is this related to the Dauntless in any way?
So the guy does that same gesture, although he doesn't have a drink at hand. But he kind of does the gesture like he's pouring out a small amount of liquid and then takes a sip. And then he says, "Do be bad luck to be saying the name of a lost ship on the day it is lost. But there be parts of that in it, yes. A lot of people here be waiting for what happens next, what the spirits be looking for us in the future. We show them respect first, yes, but they be showing us something back in return. We be sending our energies, connections through the lyrics of those that are born with them. And we be showing that we give our thanks in full." He kind of
Oh, it's just to interrupt real
smiles
quick.
and shakes his head and says, "If you be outsiders and looking for specifics, I say go to the Festival of Lights tonight, and you shall see."
Oh, so there was a ship that was destroyed before we showed up.
According to him, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Let's walk away.
All right. So, unless people have other things they want to bring up, which they totally can, the rest of the evening passes, and then a carriage comes out of the town.
I do have a thing.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to relay some more specifics from the vision that I had.
Okay.
So perhaps you guys can offer some clarity since you seem to know Sweetie's operator. I don't remember their name.
Sally.
Allie?
Sally.
Sally. Um, so she is attempting to defend a city, presumably Haven, and being attacked by vampires, or I should say by undead and ghouls. But there are vampire mages that show up. And they appear to be opening up some kind of portal in the city. I couldn't tell if they were opening up a portal to bring people into the city, or if people from the other side of the portal were firing on the city. But it seems to be a pretty full-scale invasion, and she definitely dies at the end of my vision.
Is there anything in your vision that gave you a sense of when this might happen?
Uh, no, not that I could tell. It's pretty
Now,
focused. Although I perhaps might know how long the battle has been happening.
you said vampires summon the portal. Are you sure they're vampires?
I am positive that at least one of them is a vampire because I knocked their hood off.
Mm.
And I need to correct that there were skeletons, bone golems, and reanimated citizen zombies.
Skeleton. Bone golems. Because Gary, we know that if you're hiring a vampire army, now here's the speculation that they were specifically not ghouls, correct?
Yeah, Gary corrected me.
Here's my speculation.
They hire someone else.
Oh no. So the goal is that On wants to find a way to find the seed of divinity. And there's a specific character in Haven that we know very little about, but apparently holds some sort of higher power, possibly. And maybe On is choosing to invade.
Why do we think that she holds a higher power?
What's the character's name? Hope.
Hope. Just because she's mysterious to us?
Well, they treat her like a religious figure, or at least Sally does.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
The vampire that I decloak and kill, I'm pretty sure, is reanimating a dragon.
Oh.
So there
You
are
know what
also
type of dragon?
I believe that it is an electrical dragon, but all of the like magical aura around it is black.
So it's a black dragon in the vision.
And then this vampire you decloaked, did you see any markings on its cloak now that we have that information?
I didn't see any in the writing. I don't know. Would I have noticed something like that, Gary?
They did not have any house markings or anything on them. So none of the typical, like the three droplet symbol that you associate with the court. None of the vampires that she saw had those on them.
They didn't even
Oh,
have
it could be the
droplets.
other vampire group then, though.
Yeah, it could be. Were they like
I'm gonna drag Warren down to another channel real quick and explain something really quickly, and then I'll bring it back. So 1 second.
So that would because Aegis has no information on the ghoul army being hired out. It sounds likely that that actually came to be true,
Yep.
and that this is the either what I said or the other vampire group.
so the Levito, wasn't that the guy? That's the other
Oh, it's also possible. Oh, there's also other vampire courts. I was thinking the mecha
the
vampires or whatever
cyborgs?
the
Oh,
side.
yeah. We should ask him if they were cyborgs.
What are they called? There's like a specific name.
Oh, self-forged.
Yeah. Because we hard wronged them,
We did.
and they're semi close to Haven as well. Correct?
I mean, we reached them without like too much crazy travel, so I guess yes. But they were like, weren't they at the bottom of the Saber Pass? Like,
I think they're in multiple places because remember we saw the Self Forged leaving Prosperity as well.
oh yeah. But
Like
those were
when
like
we first.
feral. Those were not like a civilization. Those were like, right?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But I think that it's not,
Ons.
or not like specifically not
Yeah.
Fair Nose like horde
Yeah.
or whatever. Any
Alright.
new info?
So the only new info, and it only stuck out to the character of Morin because I've heard you guys say things about On, but there is a portal in the center of a square. And from my point of view, I am hiding behind a building. So there's a building between me and this giant portal.
Mm-hmm.
And while I'm hiding behind that building, an additional portal appears in front of me, and the people that were previously on the other side of the building shoot at me through that portal because they now have line of sight through this portal to me.
So whoever is tagging the city is very skilled with portals.
Yes. Or at least uses them rather frequently.
And then the vampire you saw, there is no mechanical indication on it.
You
Like
mean like a sigil or something? No.
it's not like a
No,
cyborg.
It's like a
No, never
cyborg,
there.
or it's
Correct.
not a self forge, Gary.
Correct. It's not a self forge. I would have brought that up.
Okay.
Is there anything like could we ask Morin to sketch the vampire whose cloak he took off in the vision?
Yes, you can.
How good are you at
Um,
sketching, Morin?
I have no idea.
And
Well,
or
that's a question for you, Morin. Like, or really for Josh, do you feel like Morin would be really good at sketching, or is he more of a write descriptions person? He's trying to get something across.
I feel like the extent of my sketching would be like typography rather than artistic.
Okay. Do you think your character would be one that would have like made a profile of a person before, or probably not?
I don't think so.
That's kind of the feeling that I got from him as well. So what I'm going to do is do a quick check for you of what would be the default for this, and then we'll kind of work from there.
or also I'm wondering, like, I mean,
Oh, that's pretty decent. Got
like telepathically, is there any way to have him communicate an image?
not with the type of telepathy that you guys have.
Okay.
So Morin, you can draw maybe more caricature than actual like really good
I've
drawing of
drawn
it.
a stick figure with gray skin and fangs.
Yes, it's not quite that bad. But one of the things that you'd be able to recognize from at least from the drawing that Morin makes, is the vampire looks much more like gaunt than what you would expect. So the vampires that you guys see in the court and that you've met so far have a human-ish look to them. Even the ones that are sort of otherworldly in some aspect, like for example, Fairno is just much bigger. He still looks more or less like a humanoid race. The one that Morin draws out, and kind of getting descriptions from Morin, you can sort of put together his drawing, looks a lot more gaunt and almost skeletal. Like, there's no body fat on this vampire at all. The one that gets described as him is the one he kills in the vision.
And so from what we know of the vampire court, that's not in any of the three baronies like that. They were all pretty humanoid.
Yeah, they looked more human than. So the vampire that Morin draws looks more like what the like storybook vampire would look like,
Right.
whereas the ones you saw in the court looked much more human.
So I wonder if we need to let On know that this is happening or going to happen because maybe it's from one of the other baronies that she declared war on them, right? Or did that kind of get recanted? I'm not recalling.
She basically said, "You will give me a formal apology, or I declare war." You don't know what happened after that.
I'm expecting no apology.
So I think she might take an interest that they are because Haven would sort of be not within her territory, but sort of, right? It's like closer to her territory than not.
It's not in her territory, but it's definitely in the realm of her influence. Like it's reasonably close.
Also, like probably posturing as well.
Right, like it's reasonable
Potentially.
to assume that she would care what happens there.
Correct.
Okay. So can I do ascending to her?
Sure.
Okay.
Are you
Do we
sending,
also? Oh, never mind. Go
real quick, are you sending directly to On or are you sending to someone else?
ahead.
What do you think, team?
I'm not of the mind that you should send directly to On.
I think Aegis, because if we had asked Aegis about the army before, we could say, 'cause I think we told him about the visions, right?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, tell him we had a vision of this. Because now that he knows we have visions and they're obviously correct, he might actually take the right.
I don't think Aegis is the right person. He's a busy boy.
He did just kind of tell us, like, I gotta get to my own home and take care of some stuff.
Yeah, but if he's working with On, I don't know. I just thought, like, if we don't want to send direct to On, he's the next best choice, right? He has her ear and can get the
Or
info to her
Marie,
if needed.
perhaps.
Who?
Marie, our original contact.
Yes, she'd probably be the main person I would consider.
Doesn't Marine just hang out with dogs?
Yes, but she gained a
Yeah.
lot of favor through us,
Mhm.
Okay.
which is important. However, I don't know how loyal Fairno is to On. I'm assuming semi. Wasn't there, Gary? Help me recall, possibly if one of the three minor or like lesser vampires was at odds with On, and it was not Fairno, correct?
I don't think any of the vampires you've met have been at odds with On.
Okay.
It was the middle chick was at odds with the other one, I think.
Oh, okay.
The Barons are constantly competing with each other.
Yeah.
But On is like a unifier. Okay, so I think Marie's a good choice.
Most of what they're competing against each other for, so this is going to be a little bit further back, but is talking. Do you guys remember there were a discussion at court about the two different games that the people at court played? They played the Game of Cups and the Game of Swords. Does this
Mhm.
ring any bells?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the thing that most other people deal with is the Game of Swords. The Barons pretty much exclusively play the Game of Cups, and the whole goal of the Game of Cups is to win Anne's favor. So none of the Barons or the people kind of directly below the Barons are in direct opposition to On, but a lot of them are in opposition to each other because they're trying to vie for On's favor and to get privileges and things and stuff from the court. And it's
Here, what's
bothering
the-
me as the DM that I still can't remember the name of the
I-
middle Baron.
I genuinely have no clue.
Something
gonna
with
look her
a
up.
Y. Yvonne? Is that?
Yvonne, yes. Yvonne is the middle Baron, and then you got Therese and Ferno.
Is Fairno the one that was going to hire the army?
Yeah.
Or was he selling his army?
He's selling.
Selling. Ferno is the Bloody Baron. He's the military wing of the court.
So Endeavor
He's
wanted to
also-
hire his army
Yes.
Yes,
And-
but we believe we prevented it.
hmm
because they had told
Because
him
we-
not to.
Yeah.
That was like one of the things we requested, basically.
Mm-hmm. And
So that's why your vision was so confusing without
And
the
the
extra.
explanation, by the way, the explanation that was given to Endeavor was not, we're just not going to hire your army. The explanation was, we now have need of our own people. So they're not for sale to anybody for a little while.
Yes.
And Marie is subservient to Fairno, right?
Correct. Marie is Ferno's Beastmaster. She's one of his like lieutenants, I guess you could say.
Erno likes going on hunts too.
He's
And she-
stick.
I think she's a good choice. I know that this is all sort of dancing around that question. I think she's a good choice to contact.
Yeah, she's been our ally this whole time.
Okay, so one last thing I'm going to say is normally this is not a big deal, but because of where you guys are, it is actually pretty relevant. You're going to have to make a check for your sending. So, what is your Arcana skill? 1?
Um,
Like 14, I want to say.
it is, well, pre-level up, I think it was 15. Post level up, it's 17.
So you can go ahead and do level up is fine.
Okay.
So just be aware that in order for the sending to not fail, assuming that Marie de Song is in the Baronies, you're going to need to hit between 30 and 39.
Oof.
So you're going to need to roll 15 or higher. Sounds like no.
Would it be possible to
15
pay
higher?
for one? Did paying for one be more effective?
You could pay for one to have someone else do it, but there's not a lot of people that can do ascending that can reliably get that far.
Hmm.
I know it's a little hard, and I'll move things over just to make this clear, right? Because again, I suck and I don't have a big world map. But when you guys are down here in this part of the Reach, just across these mountains, this is where the Baronies are. So when you guys were down here and you did ascending to the Reach, you're only 300, 400, 500 miles away max. So I basically said you can easily do it within the 500-mile range, which is a pretty low check. It's 20 to 29. But when you guys are way up here in Hardhome, you have to get all the way to the Baronies down here. So you're minimum 600-700 miles away from the near side of the Barony. And then it's another couple hundred miles to be kind of the far side of the Barony, depending on where Marie is. And Marie is, you guys know, is not often at court. And the Ferno Barony is the furthest geographically from where you guys are currently. So you
And-
need to get that really good check in order to get to her.
In this case, though, we have that object that allows us to contact on. Yes.
We did have that object, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we could use that instead, perhaps. Should we just so if you try to do ascending and it fails, do you immediately know?
Yeah, you know it fails, and then it still eats the component cost.
Okay. So I think we try ascending, maybe even a couple times, and if it fails, then we do on. What do you guys think?
What's the cost of ascending? Pretty low-ish, right?
50 gold.
You could try 1 or 2, and then if not, just go direct to on then.
Okay. So we get 25 words. What do we want to say? Help requested.
So
Oh, sorry, I forgot about the word limit.
Yeah, so plan is to type out a telegram to send to On, to send to Marie. Is there anything else people want to do prior to the coach arriving from Samander's estate to take you into the city?
Yeah, what about can I purchase rituals, or is that not feasible?
It's not something you could do right here, but it's reasonable to assume at some point during this time in the city you're going to be able to do it.
Because my initial thought is that with her coughing so much, one, we might like to band with like past experiences as well. Remove affliction might be worth snagging. I wrote down a bunch, but we were kind of short on gold for the moment.
So I mean that is kind of up to you. If you guys did want to like take a real deal shopping trip, you could do so. Like you guys have a decent bit of time in the afternoon to go do that. There is going to be, I mean, this is a big enough city that you're probably going to be able to find almost anything you want that's below about level 10. If there's something that's really obscure that you guys want, then it might be a little bit harder. But then we kind of work from there. So then the question becomes like, is the plan, if you guys do want to go shopping, is it just we're going to go as ourselves into the city and go shopping? Or are you going to try to do it through an intermediary? Are you going to ask for some money to go shopping with? What's the
So
plan?
maybe it depends on. I wonder, like, how beat up does the city look?
Not extremely, but they're not in the best of shape either. Like, there's still going to be business. There's still going to be people willing to sell things, and the markets are open and that sort of stuff. But like, there's
It's
definitely
more. The question's more geared towards like, would the king just like lay a fat stack on us that is like very small amount to him, just like on, but it's more for us.
might be, but you've
Um,
not asked.
Yeah, I mean, we might circle back on that because right now we're the main reason is I just want to get some more toys, and we are low on money, lowish.
All right. One, do you? Well, actually, you've not typed out your thing yet, so do that first, and then we'll. Actually, why don't we do the checks first, and then see if it matters whether you need to write out the message or not.
Okay.
So you say you want to do 1 or 2?
Yeah.
So hook me up with 2, please.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Okay.
12, 13, 14. I've got a 14-word message, which leaves 6.
Oh, I've got a message, but
Oh,
I
perfect. You
I
go.
was gonna put it in chat and we could check it if okay, so I'm doing a skill check. It's Arcana. I have not updated for my level up, so
That's fine.
Okay.
I can hover over it and see what it says your skill point is. So, because I mean, mostly it's just the d20, right? Because you've got a 17 is your check, right?
good point. Yes.
So you need to get a 13 or higher. That's a 10, so that would fail.
Okay. Do it again.
Much better.
It's an
Did
18,
it.
so that would succeed. So the second one would succeed.
So here is what I came up with, but this is unofficial until we agree as a group.
Is that how many words is that?
23?
Is it 25 words?
25
Yeah.
is the total, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Works
I
for
think the
me.
last sentence implies that On might already know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you might want to say On should be made aware of invasion. So 1 extra word.
Okay. All right. So then
Also, we don't necessarily know that it's from Endeavor, do we? Although it's possible that they maybe swapped to a different one. They're like, oh, we can't buy here. Let's buy somewhere else.
I mean that's what I assumed, but I could just take out by Endeavor.
My character would know if it's from Endeavor, right?
Yes. So she sees all of this as being something from Endeavor.
Okay. So then that.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
Yep.
I think we can wait on shopping, Gary, until we learn of possibly some more substantial reward and how much this woman actually wants to screw us over by forcing us to purchase people.
Is she forcing us to purchase them? No,
She
she's
said give
offering.
them a good deal, which implies some form of payment.
Well, we don't want like slaves. We want people who are willing workers.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're purchasing the people, but a good deal on hiring a crew. Like that's
Yeah.
that's the
Oh.
implication.
Self-forge nation is
it's-
nearly destroyed.
An excuse for change would be appreciated.
So we do know from sendings from Aegis that An was injured a little bit. Maybe she went to war.
That's interesting. I hadn't really considered that. Wow, our actions that have consequences. Well, if isn't it that
I mean,
consequences of mine?
she's got to defend Marcel, right? He was besmirched.
Not sure, but the response is immediate. So you
Okay.
send the message, and in the same, because you get a call and response, or
Mhm.
there's some things you can do to change it. You send the message, and she immediately replies back.
Mhm. Okay.
And your
Excuse for change would be appreciated.
her voice, if you can call it that, is pretty strained when you get the message back.
Mm.
Yeah. Like she's actively fighting, maybe?
Actively doing something, probably.
Mm.
Anything else before the coach, and we move on to the meeting?
So Drock had asked if anything happened with our rods after the battle concluded.
Nothing does.
Okay.
So a pretty ornate coach comes to meet you all, and a coachman and a couple of servants come down and greet you all by name, and offer to take whatever it is that you need to come and go with, and explain that the Chalna estate is on the north side of the city and will not be far. It's not going to be a long ride, I guess is what they say, rather than not far. So you guys can hop on into the coach and head through the city. The actual entrance into the city for the coach is a little bit difficult because um, part of the gate that they actually have to go through is pretty beat to shit. And the coach does detour a long way around the central keep. On the map, it's that sort of red thing. It's where the king's is. It's actually where the council chamber is, where you guys teleported to, and it detours around that pretty strongly. There's a lot of people moving through the streets, soldiers and sailors and things like that. The kind of exchange of people going from the docks to with the ships that are there and the keep is continual, but it's pretty heavily like fighters. There's not a lot of just like civilians that are doing stuff. The coach goes mostly along the water line and then heads north or heads across to go to that lower bridge, heads across the lower bridge, and then kind of turns to go to the furthest northern section of the city. One question I have for you guys is the way that the coach is presented to you all. It's got big, heavy windows on either side, and there are these sort of big curtains. Would you all sort of close the curtains and kind of keep it kind of hidden? Would this be something that you're going to make yourselves like just have the curtains open and people see you, they see you? Or are you going to make a big deal out of that you guys are going into the city and that you are faces that might be recognized? Like, how much is this a getting quietly to the manor house versus the full opposite side of things of standing on the rooftop and cheering that we've won?
I'd vote for more subtle. We've been noisy enough this battle, and
But what choice do we have either way?
close
It's
the
kind of like
curtains and keep our faces hidden.
no. But I mean, like, people will see the ship and see us leaving, right?
Kind of, but I mean, most of the people are doing different things. There's not a lot of people that would have been outside the city walls that would see you as you make your way through the city. And word's not going to travel faster than your carriage. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we can keep the blinds closed.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But with that said, I'll still peek out.
So, yeah, there is kind of a festive atmosphere as it gets closer into being the evening. you see that there are lots of people that are out in the open market that are, and there's lots of people buying what look to be, or not only buying, but there's craftsmen that are in the streets making what look to be small ships. A ship that's about 2.5 to maybe 3 feet long. And they're, carving from wood, or they're sanding, polishing, painting. That seems to be something that a lot of people in the city are doing right now. And many of the things being sold at the market, there'll be a stack of maybe 40 or 50 of these, and people kind of bartering and talking. But that seems to be about as common as like food stalls in the markets and stuff that you go through, which makes it 5 or 6 times more common than every other type of shop that you guys can see. You make your way through the city and through this sort of weird mix of, there's quite a few people that look like they're either starting to party or trying to do different things, or some people that are just kind of walking through in a daze, exhausted. Everyone's kind of having different reactions, and the city hasn't sort of decided as a populace how they feel about surviving. But making your way through the streets, once you finally get away from the dockside area and away from the river, the population thins out significantly, and you get to more broader streets, kind of open estates and things like that. And you make your way to a 2-story estate on the north side of the city that has a pretty heavy area of like walled gardens and things like that. That looks more. It looks more like a country estate, I guess you would say, but it's still inside the city walls. The coachman will take you into the estate, which I never found a picture that I really liked for the Chalna estate, so I didn't really put one on here. So apologies, I don't have a good splash screen for it. But the main thing is that as you go in, and the carriage takes you to the proper house, you get this feeling it's very airy. There's very few walls. There's a lot of like columns and pillars and things that are around, and there are these like heavy curtains and things, and there are a few walls, but this gives you a feeling more of it being like a mansion, more like it's like an outdoor event place, with like gardens and fountains and things like that are kind of sporadically through. That doesn't look like a traditional building in a lot of senses. So the coachman and people will get you out and then take you into the interior, where once you guys are on the backside of the estate, there is a huge open plaza that has a bunch of little tables and areas that are set aside with hedgerows that are built to kind of give privacy. So think of a big open patio that has room for maybe 10 or 15 dinner tables, but instead only has like 5 dinner tables, and in between each set of tables there is like a hedge maze style hedge that sticks up about 6 feet, giving some sort of privacy for people that are in the different little sections. They take you to one of the sections that has several servants that are kind of around talking and setting up plates and tables and things like that. Or not tables, but plates and silverware and foods and things like that. And then sitting there is your hostess, Lady Samander Chalna. And as you guys come in, she gestures for you all to take a seat. And then after kind of the what sort of drinks do you want, what sort of foods do you want, the house servants explain what's going to be for dinner, that sort of thing. She leans forward and says, well, to get down to business, I saw you, each of you, at the courts, and I don't know exactly what games you're playing, and I'm not going to pry too hard on them, but suffice to say, it is clear you are playing some difficult politics here. That notion about letting all of the spies know you're from Sanctuary was a brilliant stroke, I might add. She gestures with a kind of old crooked finger towards Morin. But I'm afraid this place is going to be a pit for a little while until we realize the fact that we've actually survived. You all want different things, but I would warn you against taking any of the
peoples that have been put forth to help you. Actually, one question, because I'm having a hard time getting into her voice, and I'm thinking about Hatterai. Did Hatterai come with you, or did he stay on the ship?
That's a good question. I kind of assume he wouldn't want to keep involving himself if he didn't want to so much in the original. So I probably would have left him on the ship.
He
Yeah,
doesn't
I
seem to have
kinda-
a problem with coming to the dinner party, but
That's what I would say. I was like, it's his choice more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so if you leave it up to him, he'll say that he'll stay with the ship and make sure that nothing goes especially wrong, so that all of you guys can do that. But he's going to basically offer, if you want me there for advice, I can be there, but I can also be back here. So it sounds like
I
he's
think
going to stay behind.
Yeah, he's fine on the ship.
So she says, I would caution you against helping out with any of the kings or the admirals' plans. Their crew will be very loyal to them. I'm not saying they won't be loyal to you, but my crew, the people that I hire out, are loyal to the coin and to their captain.
This was something we thought about. We're not we may be naive, but we're not that naive.
So she smiles, kind of folds her fingers as she's paying attention. And you can see people are kind of bringing her things and talking to her. She doesn't move very much. So she, like, the king, both the king and the admiral gestured a lot of these big gestures and sweeping hands and things like that. Lady Chalia doesn't really move. She's not like completely immobile, but she's very small gestures, very small voice, very kind of reserved.
Does she? Can I insight check Gary? Does she seem unwell?
Oop, that's not the right button. Let's try that button again. So you can tell that she seems like she's in pretty good health, but she's probably older than she looks. She looks like she's probably in her 60s. You're thinking that she's probably closer to in her like 70s or 80s.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, she looks like she's in pretty damn decent health. She's just also very old.
Yeah.
Well, for an orc, she's very old. So, yes, we can enjoy refreshments and things. I can't get her voice again. Man, I've lost it. Hang on.
You need that key phrase that gets you into it, Gary.
I know. I was actually just muted myself to do it.
Razor blades.
I'm not trying to tell you.
I can't get it out of Hatterai's voice is the problem. Man, I had her voice earlier today in court too, and it's just slipping out of my brain. Rather than be distracted, I'm just going to talk normally as her. So she will say, mine will be something that we can give you a discount on. The king will subsidize part of their payment. I have done dealings with other peoples and other places, and I know how to hire a good crew out to a foreign captain. I have made my dealings with my runners for many different peoples, although I've not sent any to the courts as they don't have a need. Crickets.
Great, thanks for dinner.
Maureen, she's going to be talking to you more than everyone else. So
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
very curious what you meant about the spies and Sanctuary, but
And can I just? Did she say it was clever letting the spies think that you are from Sanctuary?
Yes.
Okay.
In front of a formal room of counselors, everyone who's on different payrolls, and many people's hands willing to change based on information's provided, standing up and announcing that you are absolutely not something and not associated with it in any way is an excellent way to get everyone to pen as fast as possible that you are that person.
She wasn't there when I did that.
She wasn't, but apparently people that she knows were.
Yeah, clearly, and everyone still thinks we're part of Sanctuary, and this is just gonna go
our,
bad.
Our penchant for being truthful continues to work in our favor.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is it penchant? Penchant? Whatever.
So yeah, I mean, the open question here, she's saying, you should hire my people. My people know how to serve a foreign captain.
Do I believe her?
She seems like she's being honest, but also very clearly has something to gain from being the person who actually hires the crew to you. So
Yeah.
yes, she does seem like she's being honest. At most, you think maybe she's downplaying the potential threat of the other two.
You were saying like the other two, going with the other two would actually be worse.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
Or not downplaying, so other way around. So she's
okay. Sure.
exaggerating. Sorry. So she's exaggerating the threat that she might be exaggerating the threat that the admiral's crew or the king's crew would put on you all, but she does seem to believe that her crew would be better suited because they're used to working with foreigners.
Yeah. And if we were to, use your services, what would you gain?
So she smiles and says,
You've saved our people, but I don't work for free, and nor do my people. I would earn, of course, a commission for as long as you were able to use our crew, and I would be exacting some sort of commission from the government as well. I will be richly rewarded for you saving our lives.
And that's all you want is money?
she shrugs a little bit.
I want something to remain of me. I've got a lot of children that'll all fight over their different things, but I want them to have a lot to fight over. And the best way to do that is to set myself up. I wasn't born a noble. I was given my nobility by the king after I was able to convince others that our supplies of windrunners and, our water runners and wind talkers were worth hiring out a foreign crew. There are several ships in the Reach that are alive and well today because they've paid a pretty penny for my wave runners to go and help them.
The wave runners are the ones that are like scouts, right? They run.
Yeah, they run ahead of ships as scouts.
Cool. Do I believe her?
I mean,
keep
she
asking this
seems like
question.
she's being roughly honest with you all. I mean, it's obvious that she's angling things to be in her benefit. She's not really being that secretive about it, but
Yeah.
she doesn't seem like she's being especially
She's being honest, even if that honesty is somewhat like
self-serving.
Yeah.
Well, I can respect that. You want to do well by your family, and it really speaks to me that you want your men to be well paid as well. So I'm feeling good about it. I look around.
I believe the more important note that we would have would be exactly knowing what you're planning on doing with my crew. I was there the day that the day that your mistress made an example of someone at court. I also saw that it was your all's voices that had her ear after those events. I'm not willing to throw crew into a meat grinder. I wish to know what your plans would be with them.
A
So
wise
do we.
observation. I'll just like nod. Yeah.
Real quick, guys. So that was what was the thing that happened in court? That was all kind of in the beginning, like so long ago. I guess not the
Man
beginning.
walks up to Andesong, says, "You're a bitch. You're weak." And Andesong rips his insides out and sends ascending using his insides to his court.
Oh yeah, right. Yep, I remember now. That wasn't really our fault, though.
No, but at the end of that, An turns to you all and says, I hear you've got business with me. Court's dismissed for the moment. Or court's in recess for the moment. So she's saying she was in the room when that happened. And you all, lived through the process of whatever it is your conversation with An was. So obviously there's something important there.
Fair enough. She did also kind of pause court for us, so I mean, we're kind of a big deal, right?
Right. So that's the point that she's making is, I don't know what you guys are doing. I know that there is some context that I have so far, and I will hire you guys out a crew, but I need you to let me know what you're doing, so I'm not giving you all a crew that's just gonna go die.
We need to know what we're doing first.
Now, if no one else wants to speak up, I'll just keep talking.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Frankly, we hope to also not be thrown to the meat grinder. So any help we could get would be of huge assistance, and we would do our best to keep any in our service safe. I hope that we've done well by any who have served us in the past.
She nods. Of course. And I assume that your plans don't involve you staying here to be another battery in the harbor to protect against all comers. That will be what the king and the admiral wish for you to be, and will take positions that will make sure that you are staying for as long and as pleasant of a stay as possible. But if I'm going to help counter those maneuvers, I would need to know what I'm countering it with. Where are you trying to go, and what are you trying to do?
Well, we have service to Lady On, as I'm sure you inferred. I can't really share much information about it, but we also have other personal goals that involve dangerous tasks. I know I'm sort of dancing around, but realistically, our goals change based on the circumstances we encounter.
So she nods and says, and you are self-employed, or you are members of the court? I'm unsure where your marching orders come from. One, are you having mic problems?
Nope, sorry. I was just eating.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
I would say that, and I just like think for a second, both out of character and in. That we like to think that we serve all people.
Three of you serve On,
Little.
right?
You
Still serves.
always make certain presumptions, Mr. Morin. We were hired by On, and we just happen to have her gear on. Serving is a strong implication.
And we're still, or I should say, your decisions are currently towards the orders or the thing she hired you for.
We dance around it.
I really don't think
So-
we've actually
Each of you have also taken an oath or a pact with Al Shaib to free him.
Yeah.
The Al Shaib one is a little more loosey goosey, even more than
Sil is
On.
now a summer knight, and has
Yep.
an allegiance there.
But I mean, what have we actually done for On? Like, we were supposed to go to the Reach and investigate things for her, but we really haven't focused on that at all. Or
I mean, we've
Al's
gathered
thing.
a ton of intel about the Reach.
Al's thing is very the pact with Al just says we will work towards freeing you.
Yeah, but we've not done
Actually-
anything active in terms of that.
No, the active part is we will get like the contract says we will get stronger so that we can free you sometime in the future.
True.
Which means every action we take is working towards it.
I thought for On, were we after just what's going on in the Reach, or like something specific to help her become a god?
No, she's never told us she wants to become a god.
She wants to be immortal. Right?
Well,
I
she
thought
is
that was the
immortal.
thing.
Is
She's
immortal.
currently
She-
already immortal. She said,
wants-
"Go find a seed of divinity."
She wants to be able to go to the plane, the Celestia, and you can only go if you are mortal or a god.
And she is neither.
So she wants to do something about that, and has said that there is something going on in the Reach, and I believe that there might be a seed of divinity in the Reach, and has sent you guys on a mission to go see what that is while she's doing other stuff.
And we probably found it and probably used it up for somebody else.
Now, you
Wait,
say
but-
probably found it, but the seed we had since the very beginning. So it's
yeah,
not
that wasn't in the
in
Reach.
the Reach.
But maybe it couldn't sprout unless it was here in the Reach with the baby. You know?
Huh.
So you think the child or the Lairk was the seed of divinity?
Yeah, I do. And then the seed was like the activator.
It's an interesting perspective.
Because Clotho is a god, right? I mean, isn't she? Maybe not.
Gary, are the members of the court considered gods?
You have no idea what is considered a god sometimes, but
Okay.
she, when you talk to her about gods, she did not refer to herself as one.
But a god and a divine creature can be different.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
But she was God, I keep wanting to say forbearance. She was forbiddenced.
Yes, her name was forbidden.
And we think that that seems like a thing that happens to gods. Just because we think that, because of our time in Celestia, I guess, and knowing that there were angels and gods that were forbiddenced. We think
Wasn't there like a
maybe.
whole plane that was forbidden?
Yes.
I don't think the plane
On
was.
Malachite.
No.
There is a rumor that so you guys have a bunch of information that some of which might not be correct, but you did have information that one of the planes might be forbidden or have forbiddens on it. As this is back from the map, it has a blank spot on it that the ship does not recognize.
Oh yes. Right.
I thought Aegis also mentioned something. Let me see if I can find it.
All right. What was our question, Gary? I'm sorry. We got a little off track.
We're so
Yeah.
confused.
So
The
basically,
infinite-
she's
infinite-
saying to you, if you want a crew to go do a thing, I want to know what you're going to do before I give you the crew. Anyone's going to ask this, but I'm asking it more directly. And so she's asked you, what are you planning on doing? And you guys have kind of danced around it, and she's just asked again. So if you have a crew,
I will answer the question. And I will answer it more directly.
okay.
We would never ask anything of a crew that we would not do ourselves, and we would never ask that someone puts themselves into harm's way without them willingly doing so. Frankly, we don't know where we're going. We might go investigate the extreme storms to the south, and we may go fight dragons sometime near in the future. There will be danger, but we will never be dishonest to the men or women or people that serve under us. And we would never put them in harm's way intentionally. Other than, what comes along with the job.
And you are
dragon hunting and storm searching tasks, how long do you believe they would take? How long are you looking to hire this crew?
I kind of look around. Does anyone know?
She is
Oh, the
talking
job
to
is
Phil,
done.
kind of, but she's still pretty frequently looking towards Morin to be the one that answers. So, Morin.
Yeah, Morin doesn't have any idea.
Well, but
To the
what
best
does
of
Morin
his
say?
ability.
Ask directly.
Gary, how long has it been since Griffle joined us?
Like a week, somewhere in there. It's been. I think it's been a little longer than that, but it's not been that long. Oh no, she joined you at court, so it's been closer to like 2 or 3 weeks.
Let's
You
say
guys
can I? I'll speak up again since Warren doesn't seem super jumpy at it. Excuse me for not being super familiar with this type of arrangement. What's the average time someone may join a crew?
Well, typically, crews are hired out either for specific tasks, or they're hired out for a month, or they're hired for a season. If you have a task in mind, given the complexities of here at home, that would be preferred, but not required. I believe hiring a crew out, a decent sized crew for an entire season would be difficult, but not impossible. And hiring for a month, I think, would be more typical. Believe the king and the admiral will offer similar things. So,
I would say
basically, from her perspective, she would prefer if you guys hired out for a specific task. If not a month, it is possible to hire out for a whole season if you so choose.
telepathy. I would say a month would seem like a decent amount of time. Yeah, if that's why I asked about Griffle, because it feels like we've done a lot since Griffle joined us.
True.
The only issue is that at the end of their contract, barring some conversations with them, it's we would have to come back.
So if you guys say a month, she would nod. And then you can sort of tell that she's a little, like the previous insight checks will tell you that she's a little put off by the fact that you guys are being so circumspect about your like actual goals of what you're doing, and just sort of threw out some different things. But she will ask for one of the servants to come in, and they bring in on a platter a bunch of paper, like a big, maybe 30-page worth of papers that are together, and hand it to you as a employment contract. And then I'm not going to do everything from like speaking in character, but she's going to take about 20 minutes to kind of go over the terms and conditions of like what people expect, that there is a certain amount of payment involved, that if there is injury or like permanent injury or death that happens, that there is a payment that happens to the people that go out and go and serve on these crews and things like that. So there's sort of a whole contract process that she seems very familiar with, and doesn't seem to be like demeaning in any way towards explaining it to you, but like this is something that she's done a lot, that she's explained this process of hiring out a crew and what those responsibilities are, that you're agreeing that you will pay them, feed them, clothe them, that sort of stuff, but also that there is if there are risks, the assumption is that the crew will take whatever reasonable risks that the captain requires of them. And then if they are, like I said, injured or killed, then there is an amount owed at the end of the contract and anyone who's still alive needs to be brought back to Hardhome at the end of the contract.
Yeah. Team, should we also mention that like this ship is technically not our property,
What?
and we might
That's-
get haunted.
I thought you guys
Like
owned it.
we own it, but we don't like.
Mr. nice
Funny
place
how this
to
never
explore.
came up all of the other times I was asking.
No. You were very rude in the way you mentioned it.
I said, "How did you get this ship?" And you
Yeah,
said,
and I
"We
said
own it."
we own it, but we didn't create the ownership. It was not agreed upon by the correct parties.
I mean, to be fair, the correct parties were not available at the time.
But let's circle back to the question: is should we let her know that?
Ah,
I will say, might want to pause here for just a second. Foxy's had a really rough couple of weeks, and had dozed off and is now back awake. So, given that this is a lot of what we talked about today is going to be impactful to her, Foxy, if you're ready, might want to kind of bring her in on what's going on.
Present and collected.
Great. We took the ship to the south dock. It's being repaired. There were some decisions that Griffel was supposed to make, right, Gary?
Basically,
Did we-
we'll do that in a minute. Well, give her a bit more time to wake back up. But there's going to be some decisions around dry dock about like getting people on the ship to repair. The main thing that people are talking about right now is the offer was out to hire out a crew, that the Hardhome would supply a crew for the ship, and the admiral, the king, and Lady Samander, Lady Chalna, sorry, all had kind of proposed that they would be the ones to supply the crew. And then you guys agreed to go and meet Lady Chalna that evening for dinner, and went and met Lady Chalna at her estate. So what's happening right now is Lady Chalna is basically trying to get information from the group about what they're planning to use the crew for, like where are you going and what are you doing. And then if you guys won't explain or can't explain, is giving a contract for the crew of hiring out a crew for a month.
I think probably like Griffel would suggest to like stipulate that the crew are non-combat unless we are like boarded, so they wouldn't be expected to like man guns or fight or anything. Like that would be something that we would do, but they'd be expected to fight in the last ditch defense of the ship if we were like overrun.
And would Griffel be the type of person that would read over this crew contract?
Oh hell yeah.
So
I'm from the Black Blood Guild.
Yeah, I assume so, but I didn't know if this would be something that you'd ask somebody else to read and you'd kind of glance through it right now. But would she be the person like, oh, here's a contract, and to like put it in front of her and immediately start digging through it?
No, I would.
Okay, that's my mental image of Griffel. I just wanted to double check. So when you flip through it, you'll get that the contract is kind of like from your perspective as a member of the guild, it's not poorly written. It's written differently than how it's written here, and there's a lot of assumptions of the contracts being for seasons. So the fact that it's for a month, like there's some wording in it that's a little awkward, because a lot of the stuff is talking about, weather. So talking about payments for not being able to cross because it's too icy or there's other dangers, or they're going to an area that's off limits for right now. All this sort of stuff. There's a lot of language like that in here of weather being a really big part of the contract that probably isn't very relevant to you guys. What you will also note is that there is a section that basically talks about how much things are going to cost based on the danger and difficulty of the task. And the contract has in it basically a modifier that says the crew is going to be more expensive because you are operating a unconventional ship, according to the contract. And it's going to be more expensive because without giving them a specific destination or description of what's going on, it's considered a high risk venture. And that you are foreign insurance.
Adventure. There. I'm gonna start redlining like the stuff that's not relevant to us, so like the weather stuff, and like move those out. And then I was like, you'll probably want a clause in here for, let's say, early returns or returns with spoils if the crew were to partake of some of the exploits. They may high risk, high reward, you know, and I'll just start like correcting the contract.
Okay. And once it gets into that sort of back and forth, once you start flipping through it and you more or less start talking the language of the contract and the language of these sorts of negotiations, Lady Chalna kind of orients on Griffle and gets into the weeds. And you can tell immediately as soon as she starts talking that she knows her stuff. That even if the contract is kind of awkwardly worded, that all the points that you bring up, she's like, yeah, you're right, except for on this, there's other things here, da 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 da. And then when you explain like weather's not as big of an issue, and you explain like the ship doesn't have to worry about that, she can say, okay, well, that can also be something we can argue for. If your ship has some way of maintaining internal weather, that could be considered an extra a benefit for the crew, that they won't have to be working on stormy seas and in the lightning and thunder and things like that. And so it's kind of talking around
like write down about like specifically about like they'll never hunger or thirst for food or drink and like.
Mm-hmm.
What about I think Morin brought up a good little point.
So there's nothing in the contract that says anything about interplanar travel. You can tell that this contract is basically an adapted version of one that assumes these are normal sailing vessels that are sailing from this continent to the other continent. And it's been adapted fairly quickly to apply to you guys. And Griffle, as you're going through, you can see that there is a marking in there for the amount of crew that you're willing to hire. And it's basically broken into 3 sections. So you can hire either a full work crew, a full crew complement, so that'll be the work crew plus officers, or a full crew complement, officers and a pilot.
We're gonna need another pilot.
So those are the 3 designations. So is the plan to do kind of everybody, an entire crew, crew, officers, and pilot?
We're gonna say we need a full crew, officers, and a pilot, and she's going to be like, "How the fuck did you get here?"
Okay. This is a question for you. How do you want to do it?
I defer to Griffle's expertise.
As they're starting to like get into the weeds of the contract, I want to say to Samandra and be like, do not believe the gossip. Do not believe the gossip from the court you didn't attend. You'll be ahead on information if you truly believe that we are not of Sanctuary. And as you can see, for matters of dealing with the ship, my colleague Griffle will be much better versed than I in negotiating these things.
So
I guess the benefit of
nice
like. Ooh, jeez. For another what? For another pilot?
Well, it's for a pilot crew. So you got the and pilot is 3 pilots. So it's enough to have a full set of.
Oh, okay.
So the crew member, it's 30 crew members. The crew and officers is 30 crew and 9 officers, and then 30 crew, 9 officers, and 3 pilots.
Taking just the crew is it's cheaper, and we wouldn't have anybody like stepping on our toes in terms of authority. The benefit of taking the full complement with the pilots is that we wouldn't have to do jack shit. We can just sit back and tell them where we want to go.
None of these people have experience with airships, right? Heavily implied.
As far as we're aware.
Like, what are the duties of crew?
Also, how much of this will be subsidized, do you think, by, the king?
Is this a question that you're asking her, or like who are you asking that question to?
Just to the party as something to consider.
I don't think the gold will be an issue. We just gotta start asking people for some.
Yeah.
So, like, my gut feel on it is that we would probably just want the crew. Because if we get the pilots, we'd need to show, like, I need to show them how to, like, steer the ship, and I probably need to give them I might need to give them the crystal helm as well. And, like, I don't really want to part with that. And then also, if we get officers, we're probably going to get an actual official captain, unless, like, if none of us actually steps up into the role of captain, we're going to get a captain who, like, is going to take our orders when it comes to where we want to go and stuff, but is probably not going to take our orders when it comes to, like, the safety of the ship.
So I will say that you know that a captain is something that would be hired completely separately to something like this. So the officers on board are going to be like your quartermaster, your like maybe someone like a first mate or something like that. But there's not going to. It could be like an acting captain, but there's not. The assumption of these contracts is that the captain is provided by whoever's doing the contract, or by whoever's buying the contract. And the second thing is that this has been a long time, but the helm is not required to access the beacon. So you can give other people attunement to the beacon in the way that you attune to a beacon normally without the helm.
I think considering we've been doing just fine with just us, we probably are fine with just getting crew. It might also be safer to not have anybody who kind of has like organizational leadership skills. Inviting them onto our ship.
Or somebody who wants to go digging in the inventory like a quartermaster.
Yeah. Grunts. We want to hire some grunts.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
I mean, yeah, is that the goal? And Griffle, you can also tell that there's a whole section that is kind of missing because the contract has like page numbers on it, and there's like a 2-page section that's just missing from the contract right after this discussion about crew and officers. Yeah, but so it sounds like the plan is try to get the crew for the 3,000 a month.
Yep. Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. And again, the kind of thing at the end, just talking about like the insurance that is put on here is the assumption that there would be a payment of a certain amount of money. It is a 1 full month of payment per crew member. So that's so it's 100 gold pieces per crew that comes back with some sort of major injury. And then it is 5 times that amount. So it's 500 gold if someone comes back, dead or doesn't come back at all.
And how many crew is this actually? Like, if everyone were to die, what would we owe?
So if everyone in the crew died, you would be out. Calculator.
If the debt collectors can catch us.
15,000 gold. Be 15,000 gold to pay for the loss of your entire crew.
Yeah, we'd just not come back to the Prime, guys. We're done.
Well, Actually, that is a good thing to look at. What does the default look like on this contract? If we were to not make good on our part, what's the consequences?
So the per month thing is paid in advance, and
Uh-huh.
the parts in the bottom where it's talking about like who insures the contract. Your port of origin is listed as sanctuary, and that the church would be billed for any damages.
Right.
They can all die. Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Burn sanctuary. We'll find out where we were.
Where we were, not where we are.
Yeah.
I don't know. Knowing churches in real life, like this is nothing. So
Oh yeah, that's like a week's tithe for nothing.
a
Don't worry.
week.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So yeah, the question here, right, is you're getting into these are the specifics of this contract and how this functions. Is the assumption here that the second question here that's kind of below it is, are you assuming that Chalna is the person that you're getting the crew from?
I would definitely want to word as thank you. We'll take this contract back. Think about it and word it like we have to make sure we can acquire all the funds first before we can agree. Word it like we're going to agree and use her, but we need to make sure we can acquire funds, just so we have a way to like think about it.
Don't present yourself like a poor boy.
Yeah, I think she's not gonna believe us that we don't have 3,000 gold lying around.
No, but per month, and if we're doing a season, that's 4 to 4 months,
Just do
probably.
1 month. No, it's
We're
just 1
just
month.
Oh, we're only doing one. Okay, sorry. Oh,
Drock,
well,
also remember that our ship is worth like 200K or something stupid.
I thought it was like 1.2
million.
million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like she expects that this money. First of all, the price is probably jacked up a little bit because of our ship,
True.
which was explicitly stated, but more so because
They don't know how to operate it. Got it.
so like she assumes that we have money, so telling her we don't have money doesn't mean anything.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I was just thinking like some way to like say, yeah, we'll consider it, get back to you, not agree on the spot, right?
I think just say thank you for your offer. We'll need a day to consider.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's no point hiring before all the repairs are done anyway, right? Don't want to start the clock. Once repairs are done, we'll, come back because maybe we do want officers, right? So tell her we at least have to consider if we want crew or officers and pilots as well, right? Something to think about. Give us a way out.
So who's saying this, and who's chucking a diplomacy check my way?
I was gonna leave it to either Morin or Foxy because they're the one, or
Morin is assumed to be the one in charge.
Exactly.
Your girl got no diplomacy.
Yeah, for you, I don't even know if it would need to be diplomacy though. It would just be like, yeah, we'll consider it, figure out what we need, get back to you, right? Like just totally just like as is, that is what it's gonna happen.
So who's saying what, and do you have anything else that you wanted to talk to her about, or is this going to be, just enjoying a good meal and discussing stuff in the city?
Where's the screen with her name? Is it a different page?
I'll pull you guys back over. Sorry.
Chalm?
So Samander Chalna is the woman's name.
Lady Chalna, could you tell me more about the seeming rivalry between the admiral and the king?
Well, the king served on the Dauntless when he was younger.
And then she does take a second when she says the name, takes a little bit of sip, and then pours a little bit out on the ground, puts it back on the table, and says,
And the old captain or the other admiral and the now current sole admiral of the Navy have been at odds my entire life, I imagine, even when the admirals were different people. The two heads of the Navy are always at each other's throat over minor or major matters. And the king is in his position because of his family and because of his money and because he is fairly popular among the people, myself included. And it is known that the king's younger brother is serving as a pilot aboard the ice wall in case anything should happen to the king, of course, and making sure that the royal family is properly trained in the ways of sea. But the king has often taken the previous admiral's side when decisions must be made about the entire fleet's safety. And it has, over the years, grown to be more and more of a sour relationship as more decisions were made that took away the admiral's power. So she'll basically explain that the city, the way they make decisions for the whole fleet, there are two admirals and then the king, and the two admirals make the decisions, and if they can't agree, the king will be the tiebreaker. And apparently the current admiral was ruled against whenever there were ties by the king.
We didn't meet the other admiral, right?
Correct.
Was the other admiral on the Dauntless?
She says yes.
I thought when that thing happened in the court, she didn't do the drinking motion when the Dauntless was mentioned, when everyone else did it.
She didn't, correct.
So why did she do it now?
A reasonable question.
Go for it, Drac.
Yeah, I'll actually step up and ask. I'll say, excuse me, I noticed in court when the Dauntless was mentioned, you did not do the same motion as everyone else. You didn't raise your cup and spill some of the drink as everyone else did. But here you just did yourself. I was curious as to why.
She kind of waves her hand and says, "The king was bringing up the name of our lost ship to gain political favor. I think it's distasteful. I served at sea for many years myself and don't appreciate it being used as a pawn. They deserve respect, but they have dead eyes that don't see in the council chambers."
I'll just nod and say thank you.
So, what's the plan? Anything else you want to talk to her about as the kind of food gets delivered and you guys eat?
So I'll telepathically ask the party, how are we thinking we're going to go about to find out why the rods brought us here? And is this somebody that we want to ask about it?
Well, I thought that was more the golden. Well, no, I got. So again, the rods, according to everything that we went over earlier, were closed. The flotilla. The flotilla was being under threat of something from the northeast. We went there, closed the portal. While there, saw this battle start. Came here, and the rods indicated the Golden Lion. So what we should ask about is the flotilla and what importance it holds.
I was also going to suggest as well, like, once we were settled, we should definitely try to get a message to the flotilla and check that they're still okay. Because I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure that we've saved them, but I'm also, like, not entirely sure that we have. And then also we just kind of, we said, like, hey, we'll protect you, and then we just kind of flew away. And then they didn't hear from us again.
Yeah, so we could ask her if she knows of the flotilla, and if so, have they been in contact as we had promised to protect them?
So, you explain the flotilla, she'll say, there are fishing flotillas, especially those going south. I've heard there's one of the great storms in the Reach, and when that happens, the fish often school in ways that a skilled flotilla could take advantage of them. But I don't know of this specific flotilla. It's not one that I think has hired out any of my men.
Did we get the name of the captain of that flotilla?
Yes, you guys have the name of the captain.
I don't remember it. Let me see.
Uh, so it's Captain Mavu is the guy's name.
We could also do ascending to him.
You can, and he's not so far away that you'd need the check. You could just do it at this range. So
I don't think I have anything else for her, but
I don't think I do either.
Yeah.
So she'll kind of listen again, kind of during the dinner. She'll sort of carefully prod the idea that her people are very professional, that are not going to be, that are going to come in with some of their own biases, but are not going to be reporting back to her every little thing that she hears. That's just not something that she benefits from, and making it clear that that is not necessarily true of crews that she would get from other places. And then as the sort of the evening, kind of the sun starts to set, as the kind of meal drags on into the evening, she would say,
You all have not been to Hardhome before, I believe, yes?
I have not.
correct.
So you might find it interesting. Our festival tonight should be something you might want to at least view. It is quite pretty. I'll be taking my own carriage down to the heights above the harbor to watch the lights. You're welcome to join me if you so choose. We will be leaving relatively soon. Or you can attend the festival of your own, although I don't tend to mix with the peoples. I don't want to be jostled around. I'm not as young as I once was.
Thank you for your gracious offer. I think it would be delightful to see the festival with a local guide.
is that the
Do we? Yeah, I'm just curious. Like I have no problem with it in general. I'm just curious, how much do we want to align with her over the general and the king, or just go on our own to like not be aligned?
Mm,
Does it seem like she's?
does it
I
seem
don't know.
like she
It
something?
seems harmless to me. I also thought about it, but I think at the end.
Yeah, I hate politics in general, so I just don't know, right?
I mean, you guys saved the city. Everybody here is going to be trying to
Win our favor, right? Like
win
that's
your favor
exactly
and
it.
look like they're buddy buddy with you. So
I mean,
Exactly.
I don't think it hurts to make the king feel a little jealous, personally.
I kind of figure one would take that approach. Yeah. I'm good with it either way. I was just asking the question.
So it sounds like I've got one vote for going with her, and then a lot of votes of either way. So
Mhm.
sounds like accepting the offer. So she would kind of get things started somewhat cleared away, although it's pretty obvious that she's assuming that the servants will take care of most of the remainders of the meal, and then has both of her carriages kind of readied up so that you guys can make it into the city proper. Yeah, so she's going to head. I guess I don't remember if I pulled you the city map. So she's going to head through the city fairly slowly, and going to go here. So there is a kind of a clear open square to the south of the warehouse district that's in the spot that kind of overlooks things, where there's a fountain and there's like a bunch of. There's not like a market here. The market's up down this way and on this side, but there is sort of an open parade ground would be sort of what it's like, but it's a big open place where there can be like audiences and things like that. And there's some a little bit of things that have been kind of put up, look like temporary like scaffoldings and things of platforms and things where you've got like more or less like medieval bleachers for people to kind of look down on the harbor and watch what's going down below. The trip to the city is fairly uneventful and it's pretty calm. And then once you guys get here, you can see that there are several guards that come with Chalna, the Lady Chalna and kind of clear the way in front of her. And someone walks alongside her and looks like kind of like either another servant or like butler or something walks alongside her and lets her hold his arm. So she's not moving really slowly, but she's just very careful about how she moves. And then finds a very cushy spot and sets you guys up at places to sit to overlook the harbor itself. Basically, about the time you guys get there is when things are starting up. You can see that there's lots and lots of people that are in the harbor itself. People that either are sitting on the docks with things next to them that have their legs in the water, or on the far side where there's the beach where it goes straight up to the water line. There are people that are wading some like knee or waist deep in the water that are holding things. There's maybe 500, 1,000 people that are sporadically placed throughout the water line on either side of the harbor that all have these small ships. They're all, again, that 2.5 to 3 feet long, and many of them are brightly colored. Some of them have like flares on them or little fires, or a couple of them have sort of enchanted a magic light of some kind or an arcane mark that makes them glow slightly. And you have these hundreds of small ships that, as night begins to fall, they lights start to kind of enchant around the ships for a second as they are sent out into the ocean, and you have this small fleet of these little ships heading into the sea. And Lady Chalna is kind of watching all of this, and she seems to be genuinely enjoying the sort of spectacle. Anything you guys want to do? Or...
I do want to ask her. I'll ask. So, is this a normal festival, or is this being held because the battle was won?
It's not just because the battle is won. This is a tradition here. We are connected with the spirits in this place, and people set up an altar of kinds and give minor promises to the spirits of the household. Those promises are set aside, put into place, and the expectation is that the spirits watch over the home, and that whatever they have aligned themselves towards is promised those things. And when something happens, a major life event or a change, a travel, or the city being saved, oftentimes people will make good on those promises to send off the things they've set aside for their patron spirits and show them that they are loyal to the spirits. They are loyal to the causes, that the things set aside for them, the sacrifices made, were permanent, not something that is to be forgotten about and placed on the altar one day and used the next. There's a lot of people here that are realigning themselves, bringing themselves into positions with new folk. She points over towards an area that's at the far end of the docks where there's a lot more like rocky ground. It's a little bit less comfortable. And you see that even in the low light, there's still several places where there's easels set up and people that are like lines of people and people that are talking. And there's not as much of a market so much as just sort of an open air thing where there's lots of artists and people in little clumps, and people are coming to them and getting things. And what you're seeing is a lot of them are giving the artists, or the artists have a bunch of them, these small strips of cloth or canvas, and they're putting them on the bigger easels, and they're making a mock-up and drawing or painting onto the easels, and then handing it back to the person of a symbol that shows a hand holding something with a shackle being taken off.
Is that Baneslayer's? That's awesome.
And you can see that a lot of the people that have the masts, the sticks from the Isle, are mounting that mast, the canvas. Sorry, my brain's not working about what it's called. The sail, mounting the sail on their mast from the other place, and are putting them inside of these boats they've bought in the market or crafted themselves or whatever. As people are starting to reorient their household to this new spirit, this new ideal.
Can I do like a detect magic to see if there is energy associated with this? Like I'm trying to determine if this is actually having an impact on energies or if it's more just symbolic.
Are you what are you looking at when you use detect magic? Because you will know
Mhm.
without needing to do any kind of detect magic that quite a few of the ships that are being put out in the harbor for the so-called Festival of Lights have magic on them. Like they have very clear like arcane marks or minor magical lights and things like that. Like that's not something you need to make a check for. So
Yeah,
what are you looking for in particular?
I mean, I guess like if it seems like all of these ships being sent out is impacting just sort of like the magical climate of the area, if that makes sense. Like, is there like a gathering of magic beyond, like ambient magic beyond sort of the usual?
So I get it now. So the idea is you're looking for a bigger like effect, not just like an individual like is that a magic item? It's more like is the area becoming or reacting in a magical way.
Yes.
So with the check result that you got, I would say you don't sense anything that is changing in the area. However, what you can tell is that while there is no arcane or psionic energies that you can sense, there is sort of a lack of certain energies in the area. Like the latent magic in the air seems very thin, which leads you to believe that there probably is some sort of effect, but you're not able to sense it. It's not an arcane magic thing.
Ask Philly if he feels anything.
Why?
Because don't you have religion?
Yep. Religion is a power check, so you could make and try to see if there is divine power in the area.
Sure.
So when you do the same thing, extend your senses out, you do get there is this weird sort of warping divine energy filling the harbor, and that the ships that are kind of being washed out to sea, there is this sort of feel in the air of kind of like the tide, so the waves coming in and out, and there is this weird sort of ebb of divine energy going out, and then as it comes back into harbor it seems like it's washing across the shore and going into the city. So like the tide is coming in for divine magic in your eyes. And there is, much like one couldn't sense some things, there is something else there that you're not able to sense.
Okay. I don't know really what to do with that.
I think
Can you tell where, if like the tide is coming in, can you tell like where it's going?
It seems to be going all through the city, like it's washing up and over the city.
I think these are probably the primal spirits that many of the people here have a connection to.
Mm-hmm. But they're
So
being
what are you doing
aligned.
during all this?
I guess just like looking on in awe.
Sorry, I interrupted you one.
Oh, but the primal spirits, if they're kind of tied to the boats, they're being like aligned to this symbol that Philly put over the harbor.
I will say that you guys know that from the powers you guys have, you cannot sense primal power. So primal power is most directly associated with the spirits here in the Reach. It's not means that there's no divine power for them, but the fact that you guys currently can't see one of the energy types that does look like it's doing something here, it's going to make it very difficult to kind of give a good clear picture of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
What would normally like be the thing that would sense primal power?
So nature is the default check for primal power, but you have to have the primal power source. So
Got it.
you need to be a druid or a barbarian or something that has primal power. And I don't think we have.
No,
Shadow-
Ari was our boy.
Yeah. So you guys don't have anyone that latently has the ability to sense this other than possibly Syl.
Oh,
Although technically it's not Syl that would be able to sense it.
Oh, Clotho?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty certain that she can sense primal power.
Mhm.
can I use my polymorph?
You can if you want to.
Yeah, I would do that.
So you're letting Clotho see through your eyes to see what's happening in the harbor?
Oh yeah, Cloth would love a party. That's probably brilliant anyway.
So you guys have not actually. I don't think you've used this yet before, have you? So
I used it once, I think, but I can't remember the context. I just remember taking it off my list.
I think you were trying to let Clotho see Narsenhar.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to check and see if the connection was complete.
you chuck me a stat block for. Do you have it on your sheet? I feel like you should. I don't know if you actually do have a.
I have it in my powers list, but I don't have it on my sheet,
Okay.
and I don't. Should I just roll a d20? I don't have a macro either.
Hang on. So I'll do the. There is the thing. So it depends on if you want her to look into things. So you can just open it up and let her see and kind of just see the site with you, and that doesn't
Mhm.
take any sort of check. If you're asking her to look, so the insight check is to look through disguises or look through illusions, things like that. So if you want to make that, you can, but that's going to be a relatively specific thing. So you're asking to see through some sort of deception by invoking her eyes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess could I use that to like determine the nature of these energies?
Sure.
Okay.
For her, it would be an insight check. So go ahead and give me a d20.
Okay.
So that's a 38.
Nice.
So you all get this sense of heat, of warmth, that seems disproportionate to the size of Syl as he invokes the powers of the summer night. And you see this little outline of green glow around his body as the cloak kind of changes as well to be kind of a green gold color. His eyes light up with embers as he looks out into the Festival of Lights. And Syl, you sense Clotho looking through your eyes at the festival. You can contact her. You can talk to her if you want to, but you can tell that she's paying attention.
Mistress, do you perceive anything special about these energies?
So, like, there's a lot of special things about energies here tonight. There's
How's
lots of
Go on.
completions happening. This is uniquely satisfying.
Sorry, your first word I think cut out. There's what happening?
Completions.
Completion.
What do you mean by completions?
Promises made, contracts form, being fulfilled.
I see.
So she lets you kind of see what she sees when she looks at the harbor. And you can see there's almost an exchange of divine and primal energy. She can see the divine energy as well. And she lets you see through her eyes this incredible mixing of energies in the air as this fleet of ships goes out, and it's taking the majority of the primal energy is going out of the harbor following the ships, and coming in to replace it is this wave of divine power. But while that might seem to be kind of bad initially, as someone who is very clearly primal power based, the way that you can see it through her eyes as being something that that is beautiful because the people that are sending the ships out, they're fulfilling what they said they were going to do. They were going to set all these things aside and then send it out to sea as part of their bargain for the respect of the spirits, and they're actually doing it. So that part for the Summer Queen is seen as like, the mortals said they were going to do a thing and they actually did a thing, and I can watch the effects. Like, this is pretty.
Very cool.
So festival happens. There's some music and stuff. There's a lot of like talk and chatter and things like that. Chalna doesn't really say too terribly much. She mostly just watches the event and seems to be happy to just sit and kind of enjoy the scene. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do? Because basically what's going to happen is night's going to fall, and she's going to say that you are, she'll have her carriage take you back to your ship, and she's going to go back, and we'll hopefully hear from you at some point about your decisions.
Lady Chalna, your uniform looks rather distinctive and intentional. Can you tell me what its origin is?
She smiles. I cannot run the waves myself anymore, but it is where I started, and I like to remind people, even if it's with silks instead of other cloths, this is still who I am. So she'll let you know it's the uniform of the Wave Runners. Anything else before you guys head back for the evening and close for the night? Not hearing any much of anything, so I'm going to forward through. You guys head back through the city with the carriage and make it back to the ship. By the time you guys make it back, work has stopped on the ship, and it looks like most of what's happened today is setting up shop. Not really anything has been done to the ship itself. Like, people have come onto the ship and have marked things and things like that, but nothing's really been shown to be done. Like, they haven't replaced any of the railings that are broken or replaced any of the boards or anything like that. It's all preparatory for what they're going to be doing. And as you make it back actually physically on the ship, you get the kind of refreshing of the notifications of the ship is injured, all that sort of stuff. The warding is down, the energy levels are too low, and that the ship is going to more or less be going to power down for the night, and other than having its basic defenses on, is going to be just attempting to recharge as much as possible to get its 5% in before morning. Anything that people want to do before you guys kind of close for the night? Move to the next day?
I don't think so.
There was talk of doing a sending to the flotilla.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
we should do that.
There's that, and is there anything we can do to, like, what was it for the ship if we actually put in some effort to try and repair it? Right, it was quite a large sum of gold, I thought, but what was that again?
So the ship can attempt to repair itself. And so 1 day of repairs is 10 hit points worth of repair. So it's 10,000 gold from your stores.
Okay, it's probably not worth it.
I mean, you've got a lot of Residium restores, so.
But it takes a whole day, you said, to do it, or yeah.
So if you turned on the repair engine before you guys left, you'd get basically half a day. You get 5 hit points back for 500 gold, or whatever it is.
5,000. I mean, if it can do that while we're gone, then there's no point not doing it. Might as well just turn it on, use up that Residium, right?
Well, I think the idea is that we're at a place where it can be repaired more quickly by artisans. Like, we might as well save that for if we don't.
I was thinking, so with the artisans are going to focus on, the physical damage. Is there any other type of damage that the artisans can't do, Gary?
The main thing is that you don't have the warding active, which is going to be helping prevent a lot of problems with the ship. and the lack of warding is going to be an issue eventually.
Oh,
But that's mainly based on the power level of the ship, and there's nothing in the harbor, and there's nothing in Hardhome that can really help the power of the ship recover.
right. Now, if our warding, because I had asked earlier if we were turning off the warding on the walls, but wouldn't that be based on our warding being on? So if ours is off, would that not then stop affecting the walls, or is
It
that
is
a
not.
separate function?
Separate thing.
Okay, just
Not
checking.
your warding that is turning off the warding on the wall. It is the forbiddance around the ship that is turning off the warding.
Got it. How does our ship have a forbiddance? Anyway, different question, different day. Let's do the sending.
Oh, that's something we haven't brought up before, is the difference between the forbiddance on our ship and the forbiddance that Clotho experienced.
True. Yeah.
That's
Are they
an
the
interesting
same?
point that you just brought up.
Are they different? I didn't mean to get into that though. We can leave that question for another moment. Let's do the sending.
What I'll do so we get to a good stop point for today is kind of set aside the whole wow, my guild is falling apart right now and people are sending me friends requests, so it's slightly distracting.
Why is your guild falling apart? That's sad.
Nonsense. I don't want to get into it. But so the we can do the settings and stuff, and I want to type those out, but I can do that kind of between sessions or kind of at the end of the session today. If you can type out what you want to send to the captain, and I can send a response. But I do want to get to a good kind of closing point for today. Foxy, are you still around?
Yes, sir.
So once you step back foot on the ship, the question is, how do we get the ship back and operating as fast as possible? One of the things that you guys are going to be having to deal with is the fact that you're really, I mean, for the ship, you're really low on energy. The ship is not going to start recovering any of its shields until tomorrow at bare minimum. Are you going to attempt to do anything about the energy levels of the ship?
I thought the only thing we could do is figure out how to calm down that silly brain thing in Lab 2.
That is the question. But if you guys leave that not dealt with, then it's just going to cause the ship to recover slower, which is fine. That's not like a huge deal. But if you're sitting here saying, all right, how long do we have to stay in harbor or in dock, and how long is it going to take for repairs? Right now, you're thinking that probably repairing the energy of the ship to get to a reasonable level is likely going to take longer than repairing the physical ship. So the question, I guess, for me as the DM asking you guys is, do you have an energy level that you're trying to get to? What's the plan with anything with that at dock?
I just have a really interesting idea. Can we ask Al if he knows how to deal with that thing or how to get rid of it? Because we don't necessarily want to keep it around, right?
Al doesn't know anything about the ship.
I think we already asked him as well, and he doesn't really have access to any core systems or that sort of thing.
He can't look at it directly. I mean, if you want to ask him your opinion, like, what is your opinion on this thing? Like, that's a slightly different question. But
yeah, that's true.
He's also out of commission.
No, he's talking. He just says he's tired. But he's had half a day to rest. I just want, like, can we kill it? What is it? Is it? I don't know. Like, what do we want to even do with this thing? Do we want to keep it around?
So we are currently recovering 5% power per day, and the secondary containment cost is -15. We would otherwise be recovering at like 20%.
Exactly. If we could calm it down or something, that'd be phenomenal.
This is the meatball, right? This is the thing that we
Yeah.
think is like a baby beacon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it.
Kind of
Is it a baby beacon? Like, does Al? Yeah, I want to ask Al. Like,
Didn't we find out it's like the seed of a big boy adversary
Yeah.
monster?
Yeah.
A watcher.
A watcher.
Was that Narsenha that told us that?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
told Syl that, yes.
all right.
Yeah.
So how do we kill it?
Fire?
We're not going to study it. Like, we don't actually want this thing around at all. Do we care about the research that's happening in Lab 2?
Research can only happen with researchers. So at the moment, it's just a power drain.
Waves.
Didn't our centaur say
mean-
that the waters of his sanctuary are toxic to it? Just eat it out into the water there.
I mean, it certainly didn't like being in the Feywilds.
And it still hasn't calmed down, apparently.
Yeah.
That's trapped on the ship with me.
Oh, right. Maybe Syl should spend the night off ship and it'll calm down.
I mean,
mean,
I
yeah.
wouldn't mind.
That is the single biggest
would- I
drain
think-
on the ship. So
It was still, even when it was just being a regular meatball, I think it was still draining something like 10% of power. So we would get
Yeah.
another 5%. Like if Syl slept off ship, we would get another 5% back.
I thought we went from
Um,
20% to 5% because of something that was currently happening, though. And I thought it was the meatball.
Yeah,
You
it
went
was, it's the
from 10
meatball
to
playing up.
Sorry, what was that, Gary?
you went from 10 to 5.
So when the meatball is pissed, it's an extra 5%.
Well, I'm happy to stay at an inn tonight.
So I would say you guys were off the ship for, let's say, probably 3 hours in order to go to this meeting and then go to the festival.
Mhm.
Griffle, you can get from the ship that there was not a noticeable drop in the energy requirements for the ship while you were gone.
Maybe
Point
just
in you
like
sleeping off ship, it didn't fucking work.
maybe being by like so many Leviathan, which our agents of the adversary has also riled it up.
Possibly.
I don't know. My only concern, we definitely could destroy it. My only concern is just that it's like super powerful and connected to this thing that we don't understand. And we're probably never gonna get another one. Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. But
Yeah,
There
can
are
we even
more.
kill it?
There
Wouldn't-
are more being contained in labs that the church has.
oh great. Maybe we should just take a quick little detour to Sanctuary and we could drop it off.
No, Morin, you weren't actually studying it, though. I thought you were in a different lab. I know you got trapped in there, but were you actively studying that, or were you...
Yes, I went through all of their papers.
Right, but it's not what you were on the ship to research initially, right?
No.
Right, yeah. I know you went through everything because you were stuck there and needed food and stuff, but... Yeah, I thought it was not your main goal.
Excuse me.
I will just note that when we had discussed throwing it into the Fae, or into the wilds, we did not know how to get it off of the ship because it's in that pocket dimension.
Correct.
That's not entirely true. You do know how to get it there, like how to get it off the ship. It's just not easy. So it needs, in order to get it from the pocket dimension off of the ship, it has to be in primary security. So you'd have to get it out of the lab and into security, and then you could teleport it off the ship.
And how do we do that?
I
Pick
thought
it
we
up?
didn't have access to security.
Huh?
I thought we didn't have access to security.
Security, you have access. You don't have access to some of the security systems, but the physical room itself is that center room on Faith, or not Faith, on Superstition's End.
Also, how do we even know how to like remove it from its current containment? Because, like,
Morin has the
I
knowledge needed to
imagine that
turn off
there's
the-
fail safes, right? Because there's records about this thing getting loose from its containment and like fucking shit up pretty bad.
Yeah, it appears that I can turn off the restraints.
I don't like that.
No, I don't
Yeah,
know
I
about that. Is the containment unit itself detachable? Like, could we just can we transport it in its containment?
I don't know. Can we?
You don't know how to get it out of the room because it's the whatever's inside. I'll keep calling it the meatball because of what you guys are calling it. The meatball is about the size of the corridor that goes into the room that it's in, and the containment area is much. Actually, let me just pull open the map real quick.
What would happen if we just stab it with a sword? Has that been tried, Morin?
It's
What about
shielded.
Baneslayer?
So Do you guys see how big that
Ooh.
center thing is?
Oh, I like the
Yeah.
idea. Let's ask Baneslayer what to do.
I like that idea too. I have a feeling I know what it will say.
Baneslayer doesn't recognize it as an enemy.
Probably because it's shielded. What if you go in there?
This
You
is
know-
something Gary and I have talked about a few times.
Oh.
Sort of.
You've never kind of used Baneslayer, especially because you feel closer to the weapon now than you have before. You don't know how it's going to respond, but you've been able to communicate with Baneslayer a lot more, I guess, in a lot more complicated or complex manner than you've ever had before. So it's not unreasonable to assume that if you went in there and tried to communicate in the same way, that you might get more information because you're getting closer and more attuned to the weapon.
It's telling you to do it.
One, did you actually use the helmet to commune with it?
No.
Are we there now, or are we just talking about it and you moved the game there?
I moved it so you can see when I'm talking about the containment room, how this is the containment thing. It's noticeably bigger than any way of getting into the room. So it was clearly built in the room. You can't really take it out unless you can find a way to teleport this whole thing out.
Wait, no, you did. You did commune with it because it said, "Consume, confuse, let me free."
I tried to give it an order like I would a beacon, and
Yeah,
it
I don't remember one ever putting on the helmet. It might not.
I think I wanted to and somebody else did it instead.
I vaguely remember this being a discussion and Griffle being the one that actually went through with it.
I
But
think so
anyway,
because
we were talking about it being a beacon, so they were
Mhm.
like, well, I've got the most experience interfacing with a beacon, so
Yeah.
I'll like give it a try. And then we
Yeah.
had more pressing issues. I think one should try.
And if you guys
One-
wanted to be here, you can. Like, I'm not saying you guys are specifically in the lab, but this is sort of downtime between, and this is part of the discussion is what you're going to do about your energy drain. So if you guys wanted to do something in the lab, you could do so.
Yeah, I mean, one would love to try to interface with this thing, but God help us all.
Is that something you want to do?
Hardy.
I have successfully interfaced with it, and you have much more psionic potential than I do.
Mm-hmm. Is that a yes or a no?
So yes,
All right.
that's me putting on my lab coat, pulling out the clipboard.
All right. One, you sit down in the chair and put on the Cerebro-esque helmet.
Mhm.
Gary, have
Yes.
how do they monitor communications between the things? How's the
Very
research?
indirect. They basically discuss what they're going to think about, and then they put the thing on and think about it. And they notate what they say they're going to think about.
Okay, because Lauren is like in his zone here and is like laying out the procedures.
Okay. Yeah.
So what do you want me to think about?
We need you to think about something that you want it to provide you.
Okay.
A very specific thing.
All right.
So what will that be?
I'm tempted to think about a seed
3.
of godhood.
Um, I should probably be something really simple. So how
Okay.
about 15,000 gold, enough to cover the costs of the crew?
I will think of a large diamond. How about that?
Okay.
All right.
I feel like with your whole dead birds raining from the sky thing, 15,000 gold could hurt a lot.
Drock, we are putting the helmet on one, and she's going to attempt to communicate with the entity.
Nice. And I heard money involved and diamond.
Yes. For science.
Of
So-
course.
Put the helmet on, kind of think at it that you're going for a diamond. The default thing here would be Arcana. If you want to justify something else, you can do so. So the other defaults are sort of social skill checks. So you can use Arcana for this. You can also use something like Diplomacy, Bluff, or Intimidate. as the default of trying to get your will across.
I think Arcana for psionic power makes sense.
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
All right.
Is Syl in the room?
Hopefully not.
I mean, do you want to be in the room or not? Like, this is a question.
No,
for...
no, I think I would avoid it.
Okay.
And is Filibuster in the room?
I will be, yes.
How's Baneslayer?
It's
I'm
not
assuming
reacting.
it would be, it would be similar.
I would definitely make a note if it was doing something. So you try to think about this diamond, and when you do, and you try to force your will into the creature, or the orb or meatball or whatever it is, when you try to push your mind into the meatball, it sort of rebounds off, like it deflects from the mind of this creature. And when it does, it sends back something else, something to and through you. And everyone who's not one can see her hand start to move as she grabs hold of her rod and starts to mutter something under her breath as the beginnings of an incantation.
I will grab the rod out of her hand. I do not like that.
She continues to chant.
But I have the rod.
Yep.
Uh,
What am I saying?
Let's see. You have Elven, right? Elven is your native language?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no.
Remember, I'm a reskinned Kalishtar.
Yeah. I don't remember if we gave you Elven is the question.
I don't think we did. But then like with the on thing, I can remember some things that I used to not be able to, so I don't know if that means that I speak Elven again.
We'll have to kind of look into that, but I'm going to assume that it is Elven. And then we can, because I think that makes the most sense. And if you, for some reason, do not know Elven, we will fix that after this game. So she is very clearly speaking in Elven, and she's speaking in sort of a chanty, rhythmic fashion. I think Syl is the only person in the group that speaks Elven. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I do speak Elven.
Okay, and Syl's not here, so she's. You guys know enough, and Elven is a common enough language that you know she's speaking in Elven, but what she's saying, you're not sure.
Can we yell to Syl to get back in here?
Yeah. I mean, Griffle, are you going to command or send through the ship to page Syl?
Yeah. Yes.
It plays like the ding dong, ding bong.
I'm paging.
Please come to lab 3.
Syl Gloomgaller.
So
to lab 2. Clean up in lab 2.
Okay, I go to the lab.
So you go to the lab, and you hear one is doing this chanting thing, and while you don't know how to do the thing that she's doing, you've been around her enough and you know the Elven language enough to be able to tell what she's doing. She's casting a ritual.
Okay. I tell the group she's casting a ritual.
We kind of figured. Do we know what ritual? Ritual. What is its goal?
Oh, what is she saying? And can I divine the nature of this from what she's saying in Elven?
So give me some sort of check for you translating rapidly to something that's mostly sounds like gibberish, right? Ritual chanting, it isn't like normal prose. So you're trying to repeat what she's saying and translate fairly quickly. I think default could be something like insight or streetwise. If you think it should be something else, then you can give me something else. But give me a check that you think would make sense for you translating quickly what she's saying to the ritual casters in the group.
I'm happy to do streetwise. That actually sounds great to me.
While that's starting, I'm going to look at Morin and say, in all your research, what would happen if we removed the helm mid-connection?
Yeah, that was going to be my question for Gary.
It severs the connection and is usually reasonably painful.
Okay.
So, Syl, you're able to pretty quickly respond through it, and probably even before you get too far into the translation, everybody's going to figure out what she's casting. She's casting sending.
That's kind of what I expected.
Oh, that's bad. This thing's trying to communicate with something somewhere.
Yeah, will a forbearance prevent that?
You've been able to cast sendings on the ship going out.
We have.
I want to remove the helmet.
Has anyone died with the helmet by having the helmet removed?
No. No one has died from having the helmet removed.
I've removed the helmet.
All right, 1 second.
1, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I will.
Unfortunately, everyone that's used the helmet has about 4 times as many hit points as you.
One, give me a D10, please.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't like that.
1, I'm very sorry.
1, you take 21 points of necrotic damage as the helm is removed.
I think I actually had 22 hit points. So
Even
Wait,
after
wait.
leveling up, you only have 22?
You're not at full health either?
I don't think we're at full health, are we? We
It's
haven't
the same
taken
day
a
of the
long
battle.
rest.
I mean, you can have spent healing surges and stuff for short rests and things, but if you guys get into more hairy stuff, you probably want to spend surges and gain some health.
Yeah, I assumed we did like short rests.
Yeah. So you take 21 points of necrotic damage, and your day's save ends, although that's going to go away pretty quickly. As the helmet gets removed, this wave of dark energy slashes into your head and mind, and you feel yourself retreating in your own mind, and you sense there is some sort of prying thing. And for a second, you're standing on top of a fortress, a city wall made of crystal. And below you in the distance, there is this wall of tendrils reaching into the area of your mind that then quickly retracts and vanishes. And then your eyes pop back open, no longer in the crystal fortress.
All right.
You did ask
Are
for
you
a
okay?
diamond.
Huh?
I said, are you okay?
I don't know. I saw something. And I explain the crystal fortress and the tentacles. What happened? I don't remember.
You began attempting to do a sending. Do you know what you were trying to send?
Do I know what I was trying to send, Gary?
Let me look. Yes, you do know.
And do we know if it succeeded?
It did not.
Okay. Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
Nope.
Okay.
I look at 1, I apologize and just say, sorry. And can I hand her like one of those oranges infused with a healing surge?
Sorry, I've been watching DBZA, so in my head you just went sensu bean. But yes, you can.
Did the
Do you-
message get through?
It did not.
Okay.
Do you know to whom or what you were sending?
No. You don't
I'd
know
also
the
like to
target.
point out the word free is capitalized.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's very important.
Free, like unforbiddened, maybe.
Yeah. We need to kill this. This is why it's acting up. Not even because of the Fae, but probably because Clotho.
It's trying
Wait,
it, yeah.
wait. Where's the threat in there?
Oh, it might not be a threat. It might be like in panic mode that everything's going badly. Like we are doing
But again,
things.
we still don't know the origin of this thing.
No, but if it's so, my assumption the maiden is
Yeah,
Clotho,
I
right?
don't know the origin. What do you mean we don't know the origin?
We
I know
don't
it's
know
abyssal.
what about this is threatening. I think
About
you're making assumptions on
this
the
creature?
sentence.
or the sentence in
What
itself?
about this sentence is threatening?
Well, it's not threatening, but it's like a warning to its bosses that
Or its kin?
He's
So
saying
who are its
awaken.
kin?
We don't know.
Well, don't we know that this creature, or we've been told this creature is adversary of the adversary?
yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Narsenhar told us.
Griffel, what did you say? I didn't hear.
I said it was saying awaken. So there's like it's got allies
Hmm.
and it's trying to rally support from its allies. Like we have no idea what kind of allies this thing. We don't know what this thing is, and we have no idea what kind of allies it has. Like we might get some fucking Cthulhu shit descending on us.
So Narsenhar said there is a thing of the adversary on your ship, and we just assumed that it was this, right?
No, I think we pretty specifically like discussed it and described it as the meatball, and like, yeah, I think it
we
was.
asked them to look specifically at this object. If I
Gary, can
recall.
you corroborate that? I think it's pretty important.
So Syl described this object, and Narsenhar gave Syl a very painful vision. And Syl described it as best he could. That is the order of what happened.
Yeah, that's where Narsenhar was like trying to project mental images
Yeah,
to
that was the
Syl.
last time that he did it because he realized he didn't want to kill a new Summer Knight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either way, with what Narsenhar said and what this is saying about, it's a prisoner. We know that much. The maiden being free, we assume that's Clotho. I don't really care who it's telling to awaken. We don't want more stuff being awoken and told Clotho is free, because if that's
Yeah.
the case,
The
more
baby's in
things go after
danger.
Clotho.
Yeah. So I've written down the meatball is a seed of the Watcher who wants to
Yeah.
break the world.
That's right. I do remember that.
Correct.
So I think it's a bad guy.
How do we kill it?
It's good that it also considers itself a prisoner in that it does not appear to be something that the church is collaborating with. At least
True.
intent.
Yeah. And it's not just like a spy. Unless it's trying to trick us.
Or unless it wasn't a prisoner until we defended the ship. Or whatever.
Doesn't,
Whatever
I mean,
word of the day we're using.
so Morin, as you were looking through all these research notes, I mean, most labs have a fail safe. Is there a kill switch?
I personally don't
Give it
remember.
So according to the stuff that you read from the lab, there was never anything put into the containment area that would be damaging to the entity because it was considered too valuable. Like even the people that died when it got free were problematic, but the entity itself was too valuable to waste.
But this particular entity has never gotten free, is that right?
This one has, yeah.
How'd they recontain it?
It just says it was brought back into containment. Doesn't say how. But I do want to know what you guys want to do. So you can either try to communicate with it more. I mean, obviously there's more than 3 options, but it seems to be the current ones are continue to communicate with it, try to kill it, or leave it until later.
I think try to kill it.
I'm with the kill option.
I'm so on board with killing this thing.
Yeah, same.
And I think Baneslayer should be the one to do it.
I'm surprised Baneslayer is not reacting to this thing.
Well, Gary said that it might react more. Phil, why don't you maybe go poke it a little bit?
Yeah, take a walk, go beside it, hang out.
I'll register my protest. I don't think we should kill it. But
I was also in the try to communicate more thing. The camp.
Strikes me as a very dangerous idea.
Well, maybe you should try to communicate with it, Philly, since you have Baneslayer. Might
Alternatively,
Yeah.
we could
protect you
find
more.
someone who is going to be able to communicate with it and probably not die.
How many hit points do you actually have? One, like in total.
1.
Well, that
Oh,
Currently
50.
50. Okay. But
I did.
wouldn't we have
So-
healed like in all of those rests? Wouldn't you have healed up?
You can have healed. So like
I did-
anytime during this whole conversation, if one wants to heal, she can just spend surges and gain health equal to a surge.
Yeah.
Okay. I will heal. I will spend 4 surges, which I think are all the surges I have. And I will heal.
Well, I was actually going to give you like one of those peaches infused with a healing surge
Okay. Thank
because
you.
I do have a ridiculous number of surges.
Phil, you wanted to try to communicate with it?
Before that moment, do we have a ritual, or on the ritual table, is there something that would increase my protection to this?
Well, she just took necrotic damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm even like her. I mean, yours is that's a reaction thing where it's like your mental fortitude. But if could one expend that power to hand wave some mental fortitude or something?
I'd be okay with it if she kind of expended it right at that moment because it does hit everybody, right? Like it hits the whole group. So she could try to do it if in that moment of connection to try to give you a bonus.
I have Bastion of Mental Clarity, so that's
That's what I was referring
if
to.
it's will. I also have Warp in the Weave. Well, I guess have I leveled up? I'm confused. No.
Technically, no. So
Okay.
basically, you guys are leveling up tonight.
Okay. Then I have Bastion of Mental Clarity.
Yes, I think that's will do because I'm looking at the ship's rituals and there's nothing really helpful there.
Okay. So the next question is: when you put on the helmet, is Baneslayer with you, or is it set aside? Like, are you trying to draw on Baneslayer's? plan?
It seems wise to for our ends to do that.
To grip it tightly in your hot little hand and maybe put your rod aside.
I am also going to stand directly behind you, hands over the helmet.
So
Philip,
you
Billy,
put
what
the
are you
helmet-
going to communicate?
Yes, was the question. What are you going to communicate? And then give me either a Arcana check or something else you want to justify.
Does it have to be so? Morin did food, and one did like diamond. Does it have to be like a tangible thing?
All of the experiments that they have conducted have been tangible things.
Doesn't have to be, but that is the traditional experimental method.
It would be the easiest to see if you succeed, I guess.
How about just to go along with the little theme here? What about like a like a broken manacle again?
Okay.
Send it.
Go ahead. Give me an Arcana or something similar.
How about can I do religion?
Religion
Better,
makes
but
sense. Mhm.
religion seems appropriate. Am I talking to myself?
No.
So 16.
Boo.
Get ready, Drock.
Oh yeah.
So you see the connection kind of jolt him a little bit. And you see him go to lean forward, and then the weapon, Baneslayer, starts to glow with this strange greenish light. And you see each of you all covered in this kind of aura, just faintly off of your skin, of of a white that's very slightly tinted green. And it covers everyone in the room. And then you see it kind of sits at Filibuster's neck and doesn't cover his head. And you see it slowly creeping up his head.
Is this
Like-
similar to the green light on Prosperity?
Yes.
I can't remember if that was good green or bad green.
It hurt Aari at the time, and you would not have experienced this, so this is very specific to me and one. But I also recall it being a good thing despite it hurting something. Wait.
I think we're still confused about whether the green light is good or bad.
So you get this thing, you see him trying to move, and you see Filibuster's hands kind of twitch, and you see his mouth start to like he's saying words, but nothing is coming out. And you see the green light constrict onto his chest and diaphragm, not allowing him to breathe, and constrict around his hands, not allowing his hands to move.
Can I still move?
It's like a preventative
Mm-hmm.
thing almost. Is it hurting me?
Not yet.
But you can't breathe. Can I still physically move?
That this is Baneslayer causing it.
Physically move, but
can I still think?
You can try, but everything is very fuzzy. You send a message through, and it's like you're waiting for something to happen, but you don't experience what everybody else is. You're basically, for lack of better terms, stunned while this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you guys see? You can see the thing creeping up his neck.
But it's the light that's creeping up his neck.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be coming from Baneslayer.
It does.
Okay.
And it seems to be preventing him from doing the sending. What we might assume is a sending.
Does seem to be.
So I'm interpreting this as Baneslayer having a battle of wills with the meatball and winning slowly.
Yeah.
Can I sense Philly's mind?
His mind seems comatose. I would say normally people would have to make a check. Your character has in their background a lot of dealing with people in comas, so you'd basically know what it feels like for someone to be vacant.
Okay.
I'll look to one and ask, do we let this continue?
I think it's trying to use him like it tried to use me, but I think the weapon is protecting him. I don't know if we want to let this play out. And I look to the group.
Is Philly breathing still?
No.
Okay.
But only a few seconds has passed while this is happening. So say like 30 seconds has passed since now. He's not breathing, but probably not as big of a deal yet.
Well, worst case, he passes out from not breathing. Likely this all ends, and then everything releases, and he starts breathing again. Not the worst thing.
Philly, give me a D10.
Or it might be the worst thing, depending on this roll.
5. Oops, that is not the correct button. Wait, what does this do?
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, just remember, guys, Philly wanted this.
His hands stop moving. His kind of everything that he was doing previously sort of freezes for a second. And you see his kind of eyes roll into his head. He kind of falls backwards, and you can see drool coming out of his mouth a little bit as the green light continues to go over his head and neck. So it's now up to his jawline. It doesn't do any damage to you, but it is very unpleasant.
What'd you say, one?
I think we take it off.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything useful from this. I'll yank the helmet.
So pop the helmet off, and then the green light flashes over his head really quickly and then fades from everybody in the room. After about 20 seconds or so, Phil wakes up.
Are you okay?
I think so. Am I cognizant of what happened?
You are. So you got the beginnings of the message. And since you kind of knew what was going to happen, you knew what to look for, and you got the same message. I am prisoner. The maiden is free. Awaken. And then instead of it saying awaken the second time, it says something else. Oh, I had it typed out and I deleted it. Hang on. So there's a break. So it'd be like I had it typed out previously as 3 periods after awaken, but
Giving this thing more intel.
Yup, I think we need to kill this. It is definitely worried about Clotho and your weapon.
Yep.
so
This is pretty good though, because it appears that, I mean, I guess this thing isn't getting any information from the outside world, but
Right.
does
nobody
Nearly
else-
can I get a quick vote in chat? 1, 2, or 3?
Morin's on my side.
Morin is a researcher, so
Leave and wait until
naturally.
so communicate later is definitely 2, right? So that's leave it alone for the moment and do more research at some point. So for those of you guys, so we got Drock, 1, Foxy, and Syl, you can see that you've got 2 people that are sort of resisting the idea of killing it. Make your case. Like, if you guys want to kill this, see if you can convince the other 2. Or Morin and Filibuster, see if you can convince the others that they should not kill it.
So my thinking here is, assuming we've been able to keep what we are doing under wraps, we now know that the adversary is unaware that the maiden is free and that the Bane lives again.
Well, this thing doesn't know if its boss knows that the maiden is free and the Bane lives again. That doesn't mean that the adversary doesn't know.
And this ship, we almost just lost all power. We almost lost it. If that were to happen, this thing would go free and immediately tell them. It is better to kill it and make sure it cannot tell them in the slim chance that we do lose the ship or lose power. It's gotten out once before. If it does again, then this information immediately goes out.
Is this something you guys are saying aloud?
Yeah.
Or telepathically or whatever?
Yes.
I'm saying this aloud.
Oh yeah,
Griffin?
I was saying it aloud, but
Griffle, you get a little ping from Plucky.
Yeah.
So Plucky gives you a ping, and you can tell, like, since you've been in control of the ship during the Battle of Hardhome, it's much more reactive to you, almost to the point of like listening in and trying to anticipate what you want of the ship done. And you still have full command of the ship. And when you're having this discussion and talking about it and losing power, the ship chimes in. 2% power remains before secondary containment failure.
Oh shit.
oh wow, we almost
guys.
lost this.
Secondary
I don't
containment.
believe that waiting is an option. I think this thing is drawing more power than it was previously. I think we need to do something now.
To be clear, secondary containment drains 15% of ship's energy. And so Plucky just let you know, if you drop below 15%, it doesn't have enough to contain secondary the whatever's happening in secondary containment.
Oh, it's Al.
Drawing more power now, like because we're losing power.
No, we're
No.
at 17% after our battle, right? If we had taken 2 more for anything, which was like 1 more attack, it would have dropped containment here, so it could have kept power for other things. So we're 2% away from losing this thing and the information getting out.
So the ship is currently not losing energy. It's gaining energy. But basically, if the energy reserve, if the current amount of energy on the ship drops below 15%, it will no longer continue to hold things in secondary containment. And whatever's happening here would go away.
We are like flying our asses around with like we've pulled the pin out of the grenade and we're just like holding on to it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we're just flying around with this like grenade. We have to get rid of it.
Is this secondary containment where the entity is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
Al-Shaib is in primary containment.
Okay.
yeah. So we didn't realize in battle, but had we used 1 more weapon,
Yep.
we would have let this thing go free, and it probably would have killed us from the inside.
Yep.
Well, we're good now.
I want to kill it.
Good now.
Harry, wasn't there a power loss? Did power not go below 15% during the attack on the ship that I was
Nope.
here for?
This lab never lost power. when they got the ship initially, it was very low. I think it was at like 20%, somewhere in there. But it was very low.
Yeah.
It's never dropped below 15. So, has anyone changed their mind? Phil or Morin or any of the others?
I have not changed my mind. I'm of the mind that, and Clotho kind of corroborated this, that it's almost like having an Enigma machine on your side.
But it's not on our side. It's actively trying to thwart us.
That's the goal, though, is like we have to solve the Enigma.
By killing it.
That's not what solving the Enigma means.
Close enough.
I need to step away for a
mean-
couple minutes. I'll be back.
I'm willing to try one more time because I feel like I wasn't ready for it. But
I know we are going a little over on session, but if you guys do have the ability to say so we can get to an endpoint for today, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, you want to take 5? I need to run to the washroom.
sure.
I would like to do it again, and you
Who's going
let
into the chair?
like me with Baneslayer, and you allow the thing to the green light to retake my mind or whatever.
Okay.
And if it
Okay.
starts to recede, then you can remove the helmet.
Hook me up and then on one of those Arcana checks. Or religion for you.
Jock is stepping away.
That's fine.
Okay.
Everything's
Actually-
recorded if we want to get to the endpoint if we can.
Gary, I'm gonna do an Arcana check this time specifically because Filibuster's goal is different in this moment.
Okay. What's the goal?
Previously, I was thinking very much like try to communicate in a friendly manner with it, but I think I'm gonna stoop to its level, and try to like make it afraid almost.
Okay, that is definitely going to be an intimidate check if you're trying to.
Not like the image I will send will be more so geared towards like I haven't decided what image, but like rather than an open shackle, like a just like an iron cage.
Okay.
But yeah. Is that okay?
Sure. You send the image of the iron cage.
And I'm back.
Same shit.
Same thing happens. The thing over you get that burst of energy and light, and the two sides start warring. It tries to take you over, and the light starts to constrict around your body. Is the plan to just let the light finish taking over Phil? Because that's what he had said.
Yeah.
What he said he wanted.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if Phil passes out, there's one less person to argue against killing this. So I'm in.
Give me a D10, Phil.
Same
Oh
roll.
my god.
Oh, it's the same roll. All right. So
That's the
same-
exact same roll.
same thing's going to happen. You're going to be paralyzed. The thing keeps going up. As you guys are watching, he still isn't breathing. And you see the thing go back up his jawline, over parts of his face. And then you see it creeping underneath the helm. Give me a second, D10. 6. 6 is... So you see this sort of crown appear just underneath his helm, and it's of this sort of weird radiating energy, and it burns energy and light into the sides of his head, and his eyes get covered over with with kind of strange bright white / gold light that blinds him and burns 10 radiant damage into his head. As this brilliant energy leaks out of the helm and starts to cover your head. As this happens and he starts to thrash around from the pain, you can see it looks like the green light is continuing to go. Are you guys going to let the green light continue, or do you want to disconnect him? It's now covering most of his head.
Said he wanted us to let it go.
Yeah, we'll go a little more.
Yeah.
I guess.
So you see the helm sort of or rather the people who can sense arcane power in the room can sense the energy building up in the helm again, and then the green light snaps closed over his head, and you see this pulse of energy go from the helm into his body, but the green light around him shields and diffuses the energy. He slumps forward, and you can see that there is some sort of interplay happening between the helm and the green light around Filibuster's body. From where you're sitting, you can see the meatball in the containment start to violently smash itself against the walls and sort of kind of acting like Syl did, but more randomly, just hitting itself back and forth against the walls. It's ping-ponging around, struggling.
Gonna let it happen. I mean, at this point, him suffering is
I-
good.
Am I back conscious?
You are conscious. You are blind, but you're conscious.
That's fine.
That's fine.
But
Go
I
ahead.
can I hear everyone else?
Yes.
And they would. I'm assuming they would describe what's happening, even if I don't necessarily know. Can I just send the command, like stop
Sending it through the helm.
to the meatball? Yes, through the helm.
You try to send it, but from what you've experienced before, it doesn't feel like you're connected to the helm right now.
Okay.
I feel
there's-
now Baneslayer's connected, which I'm okay with. Hopefully, it kills it.
Can I? Can I try to listen to Baneslayer? I don't.
I mean, you've communed with with Baneslayer before in the last battle. You could do something like that if you'd like.
Yes. The same, almost like I'm on the same battlefield that I was before, like that image, but like marching prisoners back. Like maybe that's not what Baneslayer's about, but like this could be useful type thing.
Right. So you're doing that, and you're seeing kind of marching prisoners back, and you get that same image that Baneslayer's used several times of the battlefield. And then the image twists and changes as Baneslayer is sort of interpreting your prisoners, but that's not what it's doing. It's not marching prisoners back. Instead, you see Baneslayer, or rather, you standing over holding Baneslayer over something in a cage and taking the blade of the spear, which it is in your hand right now, and slowly pushing it into a creature hidden inside of the cage that screams and cries. And the thing says,
An ending comes for all your kind. The light will bring you death.
Baneslayer, once
Okay.
it's dead,
Is
it needs to die.
Okay, but Baneslayer is also kind of creepy. Do I have a decision here, or is it just gonna happen?
I mean, that's what you see it's doing. In its head, the thing it's doing is, his impression is it's stabbing this thing in the cage.
I think if you don't let it, it's going to be mad at you.
It is part of the thing that if I don't kill, I lose whatever, but one second.
You get from Baneslayer that if you stop it from doing this and you do not kill the creature, you are going to lose a concordance.
Yes. And I lose quite a bit.
Yes.
I mean, this is what it's made for.
This is clearly part of the adversary. I don't see any reason to let it live.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Can this is my choice. Back up. I'll beat you up.
You're blind. Bring it on.
So what do you
Can
want to do?
yeah. Can I send it an image of like
Question. The
it's
one
like
thing
a
you
very specific thing, but like taking a cattle to slaughter at a later date, that type of thing. Does that drive? You know what that is?
Yeah, so the idea of like holding on something to kill it later. you can send that through. The same thing of it sees as a sacrifice, and Baneslayer sends back the idea that basically taking the cow and putting it out at a pasture, and you see the pasture around the cow blackening and roiling as infection spreads in every direction.
What about asking Baneslayer if it can interrogate it?
What about like what about like killing a turncoat or something? Like, this is a spy, we need extract information and then kill it.
It doesn't understand.
Yeah, it's a warrior type thing. Doesn't even know
I
anything
think
but
that if we really need to interface with one of these things again, we know that there are more in Sanctuary.
that's interesting.
I don't think
And
that I know that they're in Sanctuary.
No, they're
they're-
not. You know specifically they're not in Sanctuary.
But we know that they exist. They're prisoners. Sorry.
Yes.
So, Phil, what's the idea? You can tell that not only is Baneslayer wanting to do this, but you can tell it is actively doing something. Like the Morin and the others can describe to you that the meatball does look like it is starting to like have little marks open up on it, and there's light glowing inside of the cage.
Okay, I have changed my mind. It is okay if Baneslayer kills it, but currently it feels like it's killing it loudly. Can we make its death like peaceful?
Quick.
Have you ever seen Demon Slayer?
Yeah.
So Baneslayer is going to speak in response, and this is the first time that you've seen Baneslayer, or that you've heard Baneslayer be as I guess conversational, I guess, as informative as it's ever been.
They each feel what the others feel. When it dies, it will carry back all that was done to it. The more pain it suffers, the more the adversary suffers. It will suffer greatly.
Okay, you are right.
Is that a no?
Baneslayer's creepy.
No, I'm telling you, Baneslayer is fucking creepy.
That was conversational, according to Baneslayer.
Right.
Was that conversational, Gary?
It doesn't often talk to you, right? So if you think
Yeah.
about all the times that Baneslayer's talked, it's never talked to you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first time that it seemed to have had a conversation with you instead of talking or commanding. Usually it's commanding something else. So
I'm still gonna send another image.
Okay,
but it would be
one sec
like-
before you send one.
One quick thing though, one quick note. That is not something that happened inside of your head. Baneslayer did that and everyone heard it.
But as far as we know, the meatball's not connected to anything. It's trying to do sendings through us, which means nothing that happens to it is going out right now. And if we kill it and everything does go out, does that mean the knowledge goes with it?
That is what I've been trying to. Oh, yes, that's what I was worried about. Which is kind of why I wanted to kill it peacefully, so it doesn't like scream and send out like a "Hey, come here." I guess I can. Could the speaking aloud appropriate?
Sure.
Uh,
You can talk, you can move, you just can't see.
Sure. What was the exact wording it used? It will suffer greatly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, each of us here has suffered greatly, and we've come back stronger for it. And at this moment, I feel if you cause suffering in the what's it called? Fuck. in the adversary, it will also come back stronger, and we do not want that.
You get this weird mix of like doubt from the blade, as you feel it's the hold on your weapon sort of draw away from you for a second, and it doesn't speak like it did last time, but it gives you sort of a confused reaction, like not understanding, like you don't want them to suffer and die.
I want them to die, but not all death has to be suffering.
So then you get this sort of like tightening of your hand around the weapon where you get that green aura that is around you still. And then it kind of gives you the message of that same sort of symbol of Baneslayer holding, you holding Baneslayer on with the weapon and stabbing the thing in the cage. And it's pulling back that image and basically asking you if you want to be the one to do this then.
Sure.
So if you don't want me to do it my way, are you going to do it your way? Like, are you going to still get the job done is what it's asking.
Is that saying like we fight the people?
That seems to be a pretty reasonable translation.
Nope.
But then we're gonna cause it pain.
Yeah, just let Baneslayer finish you off.
There
Tell
seems
to
to be
hurry up.
no.
Just hurry up.
Tell him to hurry up.
So this is the thing for Phil, because Filibuster has complete control of the weapon. I'm doing this so that everyone can kind of hear what's going on, but this is a thing for Phil, but also a thing for Michael. So you get the impression that if you just let Baneslayer do its thing, it will eventually kill this thing, but it's going to take it quite a while to do so. It's offered you the thing of if you want to kill it quickly, you can have it, like, but you need to go do this. Like, it's going to be really pissed off if you don't go kill it.
Yeah, who wants to fight next session?
Yep.
Does anyone want?
That's a question for you, Filibuster. Like, and sort of a question for Michael. Like, what do you want to do?
Well, this is also a question. Am I allowed to ask the group this though?
I mean, yeah.
Do we want this thing to go out screaming?
I mean, I think it's gonna go out screaming either way.
One
Like-
is a bit. If I were to sit in this chair for 30 minutes while Baneslayer slowly drains its life force, the resonation, at least this is how I sort of interpret it, will be the resonance of its death will trigger some greater event.
Fair, but in order to fight it, we have to release the containment, which means it might be able to do ascending, which is just as bad.
I think this is safer.
Yeah, I don't think there's a good choice.
I mean, can Baneslayer make this thing suffer so much that it does kill other agents of the adversary?
Mm.
Suffer more. We've been asking for less. I like this.
Well, that's what Baneslayer's going to do, right? Everything that this thing experiences, the rest of the adversary will experience.
Yeah.
So is this going to wind up killing a bunch of weaker, lesser things?
Maybe. Although, I mean, well, it's already happening. Like, the adversary is already feeling what's happening to this thing right now, right?
Okay, I have a question for all of you. If I chose to fight this next session, would you all be okay with it?
Yeah, my only concern though is like, are the other agents of the adversary going to know that Baneslayer killed this one?
Which
Is
I'm
there
not
a way?
against. Like, knowing if Baneslayer is
Baneslayer
that
probably
big of an enemy, kind of knowing it's out there again will put them, put worry
Yeah.
into them, right? Which helps.
Or it
Also-
makes them more fervent.
This would be a declaration of war,
Mm-hmm.
or
Well,
at the
they've
very
already
least,
declared-
like
they've already
taking a
declared war.
stand.
I mean, I think with the Leviathan, if they're agents of the adversary, they also know we're out there for that.
Yeah. I'd just say let Baneslayer kill it. It's the simplest option. I'm not against a fight if you pick that.
I just want to know. Yeah, that's all I want to know. Are you against fighting it?
I mean, no.
Because Michael and Filibuster both feel that is what Filibuster would do. Is stake, because if I let Baneslayer do it, I'm going against the character, and that everything I've done up to this point has been in service of my own goals to escape slavery. And if I let Baneslayer dictate how things are done, then I'm betraying that. There's your moment.
So it sounds like what Michael's saying is, unless everyone is specifically against it, his vote is telling Baneslayer that he's going to handle it, let the thing out of containment, and fight it. Start of next session.
And we can take necessary preparations, like we can take a rest. We can, we can do a little ritual on the room, something like that.
Sound good? I mean, I think what's probably going to happen is y'all take an extended rest, and then we'll start here next session.
Yes, this is why I'm asking you, because if it's not okay, because again, you are my companions, and I think it's important your opinions as well.
Yeah, and 100% okay fighting it. All I would say is, and I get the point of the slavery, but Baneslayer's at least still giving you the option. Do you want A or B? You deal with it or I deal with it. You can choose to let him deal with it, which is still your choice.
Is it giving me a choice?
Yeah.
It is.
It basically told me to fuck off if I didn't.
It told you it has to die.
It told you it has to die. You get to decide how it dies. But either way, like I said, I'm fine fighting it, and I get the stance. I just, I would also argue that it is giving you a choice, which a true slaver wouldn't. A true slave would say, no, I'm just doing it my way. We're here now. So, but I am fine fighting it.
How about this in the opposition? Is anyone not okay with fighting it? That's an easier way to do it. It sounds like no.
Yeah, it sounds like everybody's on board with it.
I'm not opposed to fighting it. I am just worried about it.
I'm just concerned that, like, if you just let Baneslayer do its thing, this thing is going to die as is. And if we fight it, it might be able to get Ascending out or do something crazy.
That's why surely there's a ritual we can do. Is there a ritual that like blocks?
I mean, it's in a ritual
Or
right now.
can Griffle stop outward communication or something?
I will say my preference would be let Baneslayer just kill it.
Mine too.
I think mine too.
I think Phil is saying that that's an option that he's not putting on the table.
I know.
No, and if we're talking preferences and options, I'm fine
Preference is
fighting
not
it,
as important as I want to know is if we were to fight it, are you okay with that? Because that's what.
I mean,
in
I'm
this
not
moment,
gonna
I
walk
think it's
out,
my decision.
but
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just, like I said, I'm voicing the two things, right? I'm completely fine fighting it, but my preference would be not to.
Yep.
Okay.
Same.
So if you guys would, for beginning of next session, which you guys will all be level 8 for, and we can do other discussions of preparations and things you guys want to do, I would like for you guys to place yourselves in the room.
Now, I'm assuming we're fighting in the green room.
Yes, in the green room.
And can we actually walk in the goo, or is it just the platforms?
Just I mean, you can technically swim in the water, but it's electrified water, and it's like I'd have to look it back up again, but it's like 30 feet deep or something.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Like around the outside here, is this a walkway as well, or?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So what we'll be doing is at the beginning of session or between sessions, we'll talk about like what rituals and things you want to do for it. I don't think that there's anything that you would do differently. As far as between like the description of now and be able to say like kind of retroactively, you know what I mean? Like the assumption here is that you guys have now taken an extended rest. You're level 8. You're in here, and if you are going to take precautions between sessions, it's going to happen. And I don't think you guys are going to change what your preparations are going to be based on my description. But this is the note that I'd like to end the session on: is the description.
Okay, real quick. Just for everyone's thought, can we bring like other ship security into this room to help? Some of the mechs, or I forget what they are. All the things that we sent down to the wall. Can we bring them in here?
So Morin knows the answer to that is no. The mechanical creatures in ship security will not enter this room.
Why?
They're
because
not allowed.
it's supposed to be separate. They're not allowed.
Okay. Cool.
So, you guys can where Sil is. There is a switch you have to turn off the stuff on the outside and then come inside and turn off the things on the inside. The kind of thing smacks around in the interior, and then the glowing column of containment energy around where the creature is flickers, fades, and passes away. as it does, you see a little bit of light and energy above. But something that wasn't as obvious when you were looking at the creature from the outside is that now that the top and the bottom, right? So think of it like a cylinder, like a, I don't know, I kind of in my head imagine it like one of those bank tubes where it's, a clear cylinder, the top and the bottom have stuff on it.
Mhm.
When you can see it now in more full view, it's not a sphere completely. It's a sphere, but at the top of it, it's kind of closed, and there is this little flap on the top that makes the top of the entity kind of bulbous. And when the walls come down, you see the cover on the creature. It's like a lid open up and slide down on either side of the creature. And when it does, you see the bottom part of a jaw with big, long teeth. And the top of the creature, the part that was sort of bulbous and non uniform, opens up as long tendrils extend from it. And out from each one of those tendrils open up smaller versions of what opens in the middle. Eyes.
Is that a whatchamahookie?
That is a watcher.
Oh.
Next time on Dungeons and Dragons, a fight with the beholder.
Where everyone dies. Total party kill.
It's okay. This is a classic monster. We had to do this. It's okay.
Oh, I'm totally fine fighting this. I for some reason it just reminds me of that SNES game, Eye of the Beholder. That's all I can think about right now.
Similar names.
It is the same monster too, like the slightly different drawing, but it's the same creature.
Do beholders teleport? Someone could use a face slaughter weapon.
Someone could use Baneslayer. Just
Why?
saying.
I still have my face slaughter. Like, I've still got it.
Oh, perfect.
I'll see you guys next time for part 2. As the containment fails, you see several panels on the walls sort of slide and readjust and open as mirrors appear all around and sort of adjust to face towards the center of the room.
Mirrors? That doesn't seem good when facing like a monster.
I mean,
an eye monster.
this monster can
Am I
manifest
still blind,
anything it
Gary?
wants.
You're no longer blind because this is
Oh,
this,
okay.
this is the next day. This is the morning.
Oh, okay. I was like, am I permanently blind now?
No.
Oh,
Okay.
39 eye ray.
cool.
So it's not going to matter now, but do you guys remember what the suits looked like down here?
Big,
Oh, were they like
bulky.
silver?
Astronaut suits.
Huh?
Astronaut
Were they
suits.
reflective? Yeah.
Yes, they were.
Reflective.
They were kind of astronaut-looking suits covered with reflective panels.
Would we have put those on, guys?
This motherfucker is so sneaky with his little details.
Why did Gary immediately say nope?
Because I don't think you would have prior to the explanations of things, because you didn't the last couple times you're doing these things.
Well, yeah. This
Alright,
time we
you-
knew
you
we
and
were
mine
going
are
to
actually
fight.
just
If we had
next door.
remembered anything.
I'm excited. I probably want to do something, Foxy, when you have a chance, a small thing between sessions about permissions for people trying to repair the ship, because I think that's something that your character would want to micromanage a little bit. I don't want to have it just not happen because you've had an exhausting time. But we did kind of skip over it so that you could have a chance to do it.
Yeah, all good. Also, just a quick note on scheduling. I've got everybody except for you and Drock as like okay for the 20th of August. Do either of you have like clarity, yes or no, on that date yet?
I will have someone over. So, I mean, I could probably play, but might be pretty distracted, so I don't know.
So my answer is that for me, the game just might start slightly later. I have something to do before this, and I don't want to rush it because it's a baby shower for Tiny number 2. It should
Aw,
end
cute.
plenty of time to be home for a game, but you know, family events and running over is kind of a thing.
Well, the 27th is a guaranteed everybody's available, so I've put that one up as the next session. If you wanted to try and do the 20th, I'm happy to put that up as well. But also, just like it's up to you two, the two people who said they were maybe not free.
And then the 6th is we have 2 people out or 3 people out. I don't know from the way that it's done.
I'm out on the 6th as well.
Yeah, I'm out on the 6th and the 13th. I'm not available either of those weeks.
Cool. So yeah, it's I would say, especially because we're not going to be able to do the 6th and the 13th, I will at least do the 20th. And whether it starts slightly late or if Drock's distracted, that's probably okay. I don't want to go like 4 weeks without a session, especially since it's like combat begins. Roll for initiative next time.
Okay, so I'll put the 20th. Yeah, I'll put the 20th up. Hang on.
I'm gonna put the sending to the flotilla in the prosperity channel too.
Will do. All right. I will respond to that at some point.
Cool.
Probably tonight.
Sounds good.
I do need a short break to go get water and probably some food. If people wanted to do voice stuff tonight, I'd be game to do it in like 20-30 minutes. If you want to do it some other day, I would just ask that you try to message me before you guys head off tonight so that we can try to get something like, hey, let's try to do it on Monday or Sunday or whatever. Just so we don't say like, yeah, we should do that at some point, and then months later it does not happen. I'm bad.
All right, I'm probably out for tonight, but I do want to do it soon, so I will message you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll probably pass on tonight. I got a couple other things I need to actually take care of.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
tossed everything into the garage in a hurry with the hail, so.
All right, this was super fun, you guys.
Yep.
I am excited to see you again soon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
this
fun,
was a lot
guys.
of fun. I've got to go. Kylie's kicking me out of her